Chapter 839. P.S. Thank you to NXCX for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXC's Nickfany 157747860 and Jean for their tips. Got it. I'll be there in a bit, say Ito said into the phone, then hung up and put it away. It was already the fourth day since he moved back to the dormitory with Inticus. After going to the hospital to ask the underworld soul hunter to bail Haruki out, Sei Ito returned to Yueyong Xiaoming's apartment and moved Inticus back to his own dormitory. Is Ah-chung going out? Inticus, who was watching TV, turned to Sei Ito and asked, Yes, I'm going out for a while, but the food is ready. It's in the fridge. If you're hungry, just take it out and eat. Sei Ito looked at Inticus and said, Oh right, there's your favorite pudding in there too. Really? Really? Inticus's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he hurriedly asked, Yes, so you have to stay at home obediently. Don't run around, Sei Ito said as if he was coaxing a child. Yes, yes. Inticus, who was now full of food, completely ignored Sei Ito's words. He got up and ran to the fridge while replying perfunctorily. Sei Ito shook his head helplessly when he saw this, then walked to the entrance. At the same time, he said to Inticus, who had already opened the fridge door and was looking for pudding, I'm leaving. Bang. The next moment, a muffled sound woke Inticus, who was immersed in the delicious pudding. Where's Ah-chung? Inticus asked in a muffled voice as he held a small plate in one hand and a plastic fork in the other, and put a piece of pudding into his mouth. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had temporarily gotten rid of the clingy Inticus, took an autonomous bus to the third medical center of a certain university and met the underworld soul hunter who had contacted him before. Thank you so much, Dr. Underworld Soul Chasing. Sei Ito thanked the underworld soul chasing after him in his private office. It's nothing. I just don't want those innocent children to become sacrificial lambs, the underworld soul chaser said, shaking his head. Other than the fact that you don't look well, it seems that you're doing well in the special prison. Sei Ito, who didn't have a deep conversation with the underworld soul hunter about the previous issue, turned his head and looked at Haruki Miyama, who was standing aside and wearing a dark green and almost gray suit. Thank you. Haruki Mushin thanked him. Sei Ito smiled at Haruki Miyama and accepted his gratitude. Then he turned to the underworld soul chaser and said, Doctor, please help me to the end. Can you please gather the forgotten children together? Hearing Sei Ito's request, Mushan Haruki on the side immediately looked shocked. He turned to look at the underworld soul chaser. You're really not polite. The underworld soul chaser looked at Sei Ito and said, As the saying goes, one thing has two masters, so I have to trouble you, doctor. Sei Ito smiled. Well, I'll find a way to gather those children again. As early as when investigating Haruki Miyama's information, the underworld soul chaser, who had already been tempted to gather those children, was not unreasonable. He nodded and agreed directly. Thank you, doctor. Sei Ito smiled and thanked him. Haruki Miyama on the side saw this. He also saluted and thanked the underworld soul chaser. Miyama, you go and have a rest first. Just think about how to save those children. After Haruki Miyama finished thanking him, Sei Ito turned his head and said to Haruki Miyama, Okay. Haruki Miyama, who had just been bailed out, did feel a little tired. Jui nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then he turned and walked out of the private office of the underworld soul chaser. You should know about the situation of those children. After watching Haruki Miyama completely leave the office, the underworld soul chaser looked back at Sei Ito and said softly, In. Sei Ito nodded and responded, I'm afraid that the treatment work may not be too smooth. The underworld soul chaser sighed. You and Miyama just need to find a way to save them. You can leave the rest of the rough work to me. I'm not boasting, but with my strength, it should be no problem to do something in this academy city. Sei Ito said with a confident smile. When investigating Haruki Miyama's information, the underworld soul chaser used his own intelligence network to investigate Sei Ito's information. Although he didn't get much information, he had some understanding of Sei Ito's several battles after entering the Academy City. Therefore, he didn't think that Sei Ito's words were exaggerated and nodded to show that he understood. Of course, Doctor, if you have any private work to do, you can also come to me. After all, this matter is really troublesome for you. Then, Sei Ito's tone changed, and he laughed in a joking tone. You little guy. The underworld soul chaser heard this and shook his head slightly. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go first. Sei Ito said goodbye, then turned and left the private office under the underworld soul chaser's gaze and walked slowly back to his dormitory. The earthquake these days is so serious. I heard that it's not a simple earthquake, but it's caused by open chaos. Open chaos? Hey, Achan, what is open chaos? Hearing the discussion around him, Inticus, who was eating ice cream with Sei Ito in a fast food restaurant, asked curiously. It's a type of disaster caused by the simultaneous outbreak of RSBK syndrome in a large area. It's caused by the resonance of the AIM force field of a person who has lost control and a person who has the same power. Its main manifestation is an earthquake, Sei Ito explained. Oh, Inticus, who is destroying the food, replied in a rather casual tone. Ding ling ling ling. At this moment, a phone suddenly rang and attracted Sei Ito's attention. Hello, this is Sei Ito. He took out his phone. Sei Ito glanced at the number displayed on the screen, pressed the answer button, and put the phone to his ear. Come to the third sick hospital for a while. There's something we might need your help with, the voice of the underworld soul hunter said on the phone. Okay, I'll be there now. Sei Ito glanced at Inticus and answered. Then, he hung up and put the phone away. Hey, Inticus, can you go back by yourself later? Sei Ito looked at Inticus and whispered. What? Inticus looked at Sei Ito with confusion and asked in return. As you can see, I have something to do later, so... Sei Ito explained softly. Sure, as long as you promise to bring me to eat this tonight. Inticus took out a flyer from his pocket and placed it on the table. He pointed at the hot pot on the flyer and requested. Where did you get this flyer from? Sei Ito looked speechlessly at the bright red flyer on the table. It had more than 10 different types of food printed on it. Okay, I'll bring you to eat tonight. Then Sei Ito sighed helplessly. It's a promise. Inticus, who had won, happily shoveled food into his mouth. He mumbled as he ate. Okay, it's a promise. It's a deal. Ito-san nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, thankfully, this is me. It's easier to get money. If I'd run into that unlucky guy who keeps getting his bank card stolen, who knows how much of his living expenses I'd have to spend on him. How long have you been eating bread? Then, I'll be going, Sei Ito said as he stood up. Okay. Inticus nodded perfunctorily. After pacifying Inticus, Sei Ito left the fast food restaurant and rushed toward the third sick hospital. Dr. Musan. Moments later, Sei Ito, who had arrived at a special infirmary in the third sick hospital, called out to Soul Seeker of the Underworld and Haruki Miyama. Then he walked to the large glass window and looked at the 10 children lying inside the special life support machines. How's the situation? We found a way to wake the children up, but whenever the children are close to the awakening point, the AIM field will react strangely. Haruki Miyama said softly. Is it a random release? Sei Ito asked. Then, he turned to ask Soul Seeker of the Underworld. Is there no solution? That's why I called you here, Soul Seeker of the Underworld said. The Underworld Soul Hunter said, Kahara's research is still progressing smoothly. The ability crystals that I know shouldn't cause chaos, but the ones that have been improved. So if you want to completely cure them, you must find the initial sample made from the components collected from the earliest human experiment subjects that make up the foundation of the ability body crystal. Without them, you can't do it, Haruki Miyama said. So, the reason you call me here is to find that original sample? Sei Ito asked. Yes, Soul Seeker of the Underworld confirmed. Okay, tell me where the data is kept. Sei Ito nodded. It's in a research lab in School 18. Haruki Miyama turned to Sei Ito. Okay, I'll go look for the data now. Sei Ito ignored Soul Seeker of the Underworld and Haruki Miyama. He walked out of the special infirmary, left the hospital, and took the tram to School 18. School 18 and School 7 were neighboring school districts, so Seito did not take long to reach School 18. He followed the route that he had found on his phone and headed toward the research lab that Haruki Miyama had told him about. 10 minutes later, Seito arrived outside the research lab. I remember that this research lab in the original work is an abandoned research lab. There is no information that Haruki Miyama wants, but it doesn't prevent me from going in and seeing if there are any unexpected gains. Seito looked at the research lab in front of him and thought. After thinking about it, he didn't hesitate and walked slowly into the research lab. Although this research lab is an abandoned research lab, there's still a few ordinary staff. After all, it's unreasonable to leave a research lab unoccupied. It's just that a few ordinary researchers were completely unaware. They didn't notice that Seito, who almost swaggered into the research lab, was easily infiltrated into the central control room by Seito. Without alerting the staff in the central control room, Seito immediately knocked them out and then manually began to retrieve the information stored inside the research lab. It really is an abandoned research lab. After browsing for a long time, Seito shook his head and sighed as he didn't find any information that interested him. Then, after clearing up the traces that he had browsed through, he turned around and walked out of the lab. He walked to the Advanced Situation Rescue Team's headquarters in the same school district as he remembered. He wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes, the original experimental subject, Terestina Kahara Reverane. Fortunately, the distance between the two research labs wasn't too far, so Seito didn't take long to arrive at the Advanced Situation Rescue Team's headquarters. "Excuse me, is Miss Terestina here?" Seito stopped a passing staff member and asked when he arrived at the Advanced Situation Rescue Team's headquarters. "Yes," the staff member replied. "Then how can I find her?" Seito asked again. "On the third floor from the side. The fourth room from the left is Director Terestina's office." The staff member pointed at the stairs not far away. "Thank you." Seito thanked him, then walked away from the staff member and followed the path that the staff member pointed out to find Terestina's office. Dang, dang, dang. Seito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. "Come in." Soon, a female voice came from behind the door. Creak. Seito, who got permission, opened the door and walked in. "Who are you?" Looking at Ito, who walked in from the door, Terestina frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled expression. "Creak." Seito didn't immediately answer Terestina's question. Instead, he locked the office door first. Then, when Terestina was on guard, he slowly walked toward Terestina and smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seito. I'm here for the original sample." "What original sample? I don't know what you're talking about." Terestina's expression didn't change, but she asked with a puzzled expression. As the granddaughter of the creator of the ability crystal, Kahara Jinsei, and the first test subject of the ability crystal, don't you think it's ridiculous that you don't know what the original sample is? Seito, who walked to Terestina's desk, chuckled. "Who the hell are you?" Seeing that her identity was exposed, Terestina stopped pretending and looked at Seito fiercely. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that if you don't hand over the original sample, I won't go easy on you," Seito said calmly. "You'll have to be alive to take it." At this moment, Terestina's face revealed a ferocious expression. She took out a pistol and pointed it at Seito, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Sorry, I forgot to say, I'm a psychic," Seito said calmly as he used psychokinesis to freeze the special bullet in mid-air. Chapter 840. Bang! Following a loud explosion, a palm-sized irregular circular dent appeared on the wall, as if it had been smashed by a heavy object. "What great power!" Ito Sei, who threw the special bullet that was imprisoned in the air by his psychokinesis, sighed softly as he checked the power of the bullet. He then turned to Terestina and chuckled. "But it's useless if it can't hit the target." After saying that, he waved his hand at Terestina, and the special pistol loaded with special bullets immediately flew out of Terestina's hand under the pull of psychokinesis and landed in Ito Sei's palm. Are you willing to give me the original sample now? Say Ito asked with a smile as he pointed the gun at Tiristina. You're just lab rats and livestock kept in captivity in the Academy City. You want to snatch something from your master? Dream on. Tiristina sneered at Sei Ito with a twisted expression. As expected, Yukihara clan are all crazy. Sei Ito shook his head and sighed as he looked at Tiristina's twisted expression. He then formed an invisible blunt weapon with his psychokinesis and hit Tiristina's head, knocking her out. Plop! She lost control of her body and fell to the ground. So troublesome. I have to go through a lot of trouble. Sei Ito walked to Tiristina and squatted down. He then pressed his hand on Tiristina's head and activated the Yamanaka family's secret technique to search Tiristina's memories. What a twisted mind. After a while, Sei Ito finished reading Tiristina's memories and stood up. He turned around and walked to the desk in the room as he muttered to himself. Sei Ito then walked to the desk and followed the information he obtained from Tiristina's memories. From a secret compartment in the office desk, he found a scarlet irregular crystal in a short, thick bottle with a special metal clasp engraved with a circle of painting on both ends. Original sample. Sei Ito raised the original sample in front of his eyes and thought to himself, this looks somewhat similar to the Philosopher's Stone. Sei Ito then put away the initial sample, and according to Tiristina's memories, he found a small storage disk that contained the research data related to the ability body crystal from a hidden compartment. Then, he turned around and left the Advanced Rescue Headquarters. They rushed back to 3rd Sick Hall, which was located in School District 7. It wasn't that Sei Ito didn't want to take Tiristina away with him, but he had to stay in the Academy City for the time being. He couldn't expose himself too much, especially when Alistair found out about his method of hiding people. Sei Ito had no choice but to give up on the temptation of taking her away and settle for the next best thing, taking away part of the research materials on the ability bodies. I can only wait until I leave in the future. Let's see if I can still find Tiristina, Sei Ito thought to himself on the way back to School District 7. Half an hour later, Sei Ito returned to the special medical room of a certain high school's 3rd Sick Hall in School District 7. Where's the underworld, soul-chasing doctor? Sei Ito asked when he saw only Haruki Miyama was in the medical room. He went to treat the other patients. Haruki Miyama turned around to look at Sei Ito and said calmly, Here, this is the original sample and some related data on the ability body crystal. Sei Ito took out the original sample and the storage disk that he found in Tiristina's office and handed it to Haruki Miyama. Seeing the initial sample in front of him, Haruki, who had been very calm, flashed a look of excitement in his eyes, but then he suppressed his emotions. He calmly took the original sample and the storage disk, turned around, and walked to the equipment on the side. He began to retrieve the data to combine with the vaccine that she had researched to create a finished product to save the unconscious children. Sei Ito did not say anything when he saw this. He shrugged and walked out of the special medical room. He left the hospital and rushed back to his dormitory. On this day, August 8th, Achon, on the way home from a routine shopping trip, Inticus, who was walking beside Sei Ito, suddenly called out, Sei Ito turned to look at Inticus with a confused expression. However, Inticus did not look at Sei Ito's face. Instead, he turned to look at the huge ice cream billboard on their left. Inticus, although I can understand how you feel, we've already spent a lot of money on shopping today. If we continue to spend, we'll be in the red for this month's living expenses. Sei Ito sighed, feeling that he should not spoil Inticus too much. Humph. Inticus snorted coldly. Ah-chung, I didn't say that I was hot, I was sad, or was about to get heat stroke. Of course, I didn't want to spend other people's money to satisfy myself, so I didn't even think about eating ice cream, Inticus said in an indifferent tone. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like he was complaining. Okay, you don't have to be like this. You can just tell me that you want to eat ice cream in a shop with the air conditioning on. The weather is so hot, and you're still wearing this kind of training attire that doesn't take the weather into consideration. You'll really get a heat stroke. Sei Ito sighed helplessly. Ah-chung, This attire was created by visualizing the Lord's protection. I never thought that it would be difficult to wear. What's hot? What's troublesome? What's the difference between summer and winter? Inticus said with a frown, as if his sore spot had been poked. Yes. Itose, who was speechless at Inticus's obviously duplicitous statement, replied with a drawl. Then, he turned around and continued walking forward. Okay, let's go and eat ice cream. When Inticus heard Sei Ito agree to take her to eat ice cream, a happy expression immediately appeared on her face. She hummed a little tune that only she could understand and followed Sei Ito into the distance. Hello, dear customers. Due to the renovation of the shop, we are temporarily closed. Please forgive us. A note was stuck on the glass of the cold drink shop's closed door. Inticus's expression stiffened when she saw the content of the note. The smile on her face immediately disappeared. At the same time, a strong aura of resentment emanated from her body. We can only go to the nearby fast food restaurant for shaved ice, Seito said helplessly. You have to have air conditioning in the shop, Inticus added. Okay, Seito agreed. Then, he led Inticus to the nearest fast food restaurant. However, he didn't know what day it was today. The fast food restaurant that was usually deserted was surprisingly full of people today. There wasn't even an empty seat. Ah Chung, I really want to sit down and rest. Inticus said expressionlessly as she held a rubber tray with a cup of shaved ice, a cup of vanilla, a cup of chocolate, and a cup of strawberries on it. Seito had no choice but to look for the waitress who was cleaning up the tables and ask her where there was an empty seat. The waitress's answer was very simple. She pointed directly at a table not far away where a girl dressed as a witch was sitting. Should I say that this is a coincidence? I can't believe that I can meet the vampire killer from the original novel, Ji Shinkiasha, in a random fast food restaurant. Seito thought to himself as he followed the waitress's finger and looked at the table. In any case, Seito finally found an empty seat and walked over with Inticus. After letting Inticus sit down, Seito gently patted Ji Shinkisha's shoulder and asked softly, Are you okay? I'm so full. Ji Shinkisha, who was lying on the table, said after 3 or 4 seconds of silence. Since you're so full, you should go home quickly. Sitting here won't solve your problem, Seito said. Ji Shinkisha straightened her body, revealing her delicate but expressionless face as she looked at Seito and said, The tram home costs 400 RMB. I only have 300 RMB with all my assets. Okay. Seito sighed helplessly. Then he took out a 100 RMB coin from his pocket and put it on the table. He pushed it in front of Ji Shinkisha and said, Here, 100 RMB. Go home quickly. Thank you. You really are a good person, Ji Shinkisha said in a somewhat insincere tone. Before Seito could say anything, Inticus suddenly stood up and reprimanded Seito loudly. Hey, Ah Chung, why did you borrow 100 RMB from an unknown person? Oof. Look at the red pants you're wearing. You should be from the Bobe school, right? Do the Bobe shamans sell their faces? I heard that shamans were a slang term for prostitutes in the Heian era. Inticus said to Ji Shinkisha with a mocking tone. I'm not a shaman. Ji Shinkisha retorted expressionlessly. What? Inticus asked. I'm a magus, Ji Shinkisha replied. Bang! Hearing this, Inticus slammed his hands on the table. The huge impact caused the tray and the smoothies on the table to bounce up. What magus? Kabbalah? Enoch? Hermes? Image of Mycuri? Or modern astrology? Don't use ambiguous words like magus. You have to say the name of the school, magic, and organization, idiot. Inticus said in a professional tone. Ji Shinkisha looked at Inticus with a puzzled expression. You don't even know these things, and you dare to call yourself a magus? Since you're a Bobe shaman, then you should also brag that you're a Japanese astrologer who's proficient in the Yin-Yang Tao. Inticus continued. Okay, then I'll take this. Ji Shinkisha made a fist with one hand and punched the other with the other. That's it? That's what you were talking about. Feeling provoked, Inticus slammed his hands on the table and shouted at Ji Shinkisha. Chapter 841. Enough, Inticus, stop messing around. Let her go back so that we can eat ice again. Seito saw that the people around them were attracted by Inticus's voice, so he had to stop him. No, I have to figure out this guy's background, Inticus said loudly, unwilling to let the matter go. At this moment, Seito suddenly felt that the atmosphere around them was a little strange, so he immediately turned around and looked behind him. In an instant, 20 to 30 young men of varying height and age, all around 27 or 28 years old, wearing black suits and sunglasses, appeared in the aisle of the restaurant. They surrounded Seito, Ji Shinkiasha, and Inticus. Magic again? I can't believe they only noticed me after I got so close, Seito thought to himself as he squinted his eyes. Although he knew where these people came from, Seito still slowly retreated to Inticus's side and protected him behind him. Just 100 more, Ji Shinkiasha said as he turned to the men in black. Hearing this, one of the men in black didn't say anything. He took out a $100 coin from his pocket and put it in Ji Shinkiasha's hand. I'll take my leave first. Grabbing the coin in his hand, Ji Shinkiasha stood up and saluted Ito, Sei, and Inticus. After that, the black-clothed men spontaneously made way for Ji Shinkiasha and Inticus and gradually disappeared from the fast food restaurant. All right, the ice is almost melting. Hurry up and eat. After watching all the black-clothed men leave, Ito Sei put away his $100 coin on the table and sat in the seat where Ji Shinkiasha sat before. He then said to Inticus, who was still panting with anger, "Humph." Inticus snorted coldly, but he still sat down as he was told, turning his anger into motivation. He picked up his spoon and started eating. In order to completely quell his anger, Inticus ordered 2 more servings of the same frozen dessert after finishing the one in his hand. Only then did he call it quits. Looks like I don't have to cook tonight, Seito said to Inticus with a smile. Don't think about slacking off in order to appease the dissatisfaction in my heart. To vent my anger, I want a big meal tonight, Inticus said as he stared at Seito fiercely. Yes, yes, Ito Mori said perfunctorily with an indifferent face. After that, Ito Sei paid the bill and left the fast food restaurant with Index, who was holding a popsicle in her hand. While chatting and laughing with her, Ito Sei rushed back to his dormitory. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, the noisy Inticus seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, it quieted down and stopped moving. What's wrong? Seito could not help but ask. Inticus looked at Ito Seiji and muttered to himself. How strange, Seiji. I can feel that the flow of magic around here is gathering. The attribute is earth, and the color is green. This ritual uses the earth as a medium to channel magic and relies on the intervention of consciousness. Inticus muttered to herself as she thought of something. Somasawa School's golden barrier. Seito thought to himself as he somewhat understood what Inticus had discovered. He turned his head to look at Misawa School, a building with 2 spires not far away. But that golden barrier technique is worth getting. It can turn one's thoughts into reality. It's very similar to the materialization of fantasies in the Type Moon world. Runes. At this time, Inticus's eyes sharpened. He dashed toward the edge of the road and into the alley between the buildings. Seriously, Seito muttered and hurriedly followed suit. He chased after Inticus's back. Just like that, with Inticus in the lead and Seito in the tail, the 2 of them kept moving forward along the strange path. However, on the way, Inticus's attention was attracted by a yellow and white kitten. He completely put aside the matter he wanted to investigate. Ah Chung, let's take care of it. Inticus, who was holding the kitten in her arms, turned to Seito and said with a pitiful look, It's not a problem to take care of it, but who's going to take care of it? We'll bathe and feed it. A game or something. Ito Sei looked at the kitten and shrugged. I'll do it. I'll do it, Inticus said loudly without hesitation. Are you sure you could take care of it? Seito looked at Inticus doubtfully. Inticus took in Seito's expression. He stared at Seito unhappily and said, What do you mean by that? You need me to take care of you. I really can't imagine you taking care of a cat. Don't push the responsibility to me in the end, Ito said with a twitch of his mouth. A chump. Inticus shouted as he stared at Ito with an ugly expression. Seeing Inticus's expression, Ito knew he would be bitten if he didn't handle it well. He quickly put on a serious expression and nodded. But I believe you can take care of it, Inticus. Okay, let's take it back. Emisham. Inticus's expression changed upon hearing this, and he nodded happily. Then he grabbed the kitten with both hands and raised it in front of him. He announced, "From now on, you're called Sphinx." Ugh, that's a really weird name, Ito muttered softly. What did you say? Inticus glared at Ito fiercely again. Okay, let's go back quickly. Ito turned his head and looked at my shoe, who was not far away. He changed the topic and said, "Then I'll clean the Sphinx." As expected, Inticus's attention was immediately diverted. He followed Ito back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Inticus indeed brought the kitten's Sphinx into the bathroom and cleaned it with the shower head. Ito, on the other hand, went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner for Inticus. After that, Ito and Inticus had dinner together. When Inticus's attention was on the Sphinx, he said goodbye to her and left the dormitory for my shoe. I hope Dama and Steele haven't come yet. Otherwise, I won't have many chances, Ito muttered to himself as he stood outside my shoe and looked up at the roof. Then, he withdrew his gaze and walked into my shoe's interior. Because I didn't have Dangma's help, and I'm not a magician, I couldn't enter the interior. Ito frowned as he walked into my shoe and found that he could interact with the students who were tutoring in my shoe. However, Ito was already prepared for this. He walked out of my shoe again and activated the golden barrier around my shoe with his mental strength. Then, he walked into my shoe's building again. This time, Ito, who tried to interact with the students in the building, was not discovered by them. Seeing this, Ito did not hesitate and walked toward the abnormal point in his mental strength. Chapter 842. P.S. Thanks to Nevernight, Bloodthirsty Black Feather, and Don't Be Foolish for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX for the tip. Ito couldn't take the elevator because he didn't know the exact location of the abnormal energy, so he could only walk up the stairs of the Mizawa school. There weren't many people on the first few floors, and Ito didn't come into contact with them, so there weren't any abnormal reactions. However, after Ito walked up a few floors, he passed by a room with many students. He didn't know how he triggered the automatic alarm system, but all the students in the room turned to look at him. "Looks like I've been discovered," Ito sighed softly as he turned to look at the students in the room. "The blazing wings are the light." At this moment, a male student looked at Ito with lifeless eyes and chanted mechanically, "The light is the pure white that reveals the evil." Another female student in the Mizawa school said mechanically, "The pure white is the proof of purification." Then, it wasn't just one person chanting, but 3 or 4 students chanting at the same time. The proof is the result of the action. This time, even more students joined in the chanting. The result is the future. The future is time. Time is the law. Everything is the creation of the past. The past is the cause. The cause is the one. The one is the sin. The sin is the person. The person is the punishment of fear. Fear is the sin. All the students in the room chanted in unison. Just as they chanted this sentence, a bright white ball of light the size of a tennis ball emerged from the forehead of the chanting students. It seemed to be gathering energy as it trembled slightly. The sin is in your body. If there is something evil in your body, use the blazing wings to reveal your sin. Expel it from your body. After chanting this sentence, the balls of light seemed to have absorbed all the energy. They suddenly left the forehead of the students and stopped in place for a second before floating towards Ito's body, absorbing the life force of the students and refining it into an attack. Ito turned around and ran out of the room. He recalled the changes he felt when the students chanted the incantation. In the original work, other than having Fantasy Killer, his physical fitness was only that of a healthy, ordinary person. Compared to Steele, who had been studying runes and didn't train his body well, he was just an ordinary person when he ran. Steele had the support of psychokinesis. In fact, Seito's speed was much faster than them. Therefore, it didn't take him much effort to dodge the light bullets that were chasing after him. In just a short while, he had left the light bullets far behind him. As for whether the light bombs would chase after them or not, Ito-sei didn't care about it. In this way, after running for a while, Ito-sei finally came to the location of the energy anomaly in his perception. This should be the place. Seito frowned as he turned to look at the wall on his left. He finished thinking. Seito waved his hand, and several white wind blades that were visible to the naked eye shot straight towards the wall that didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, several muffled sounds were heard. However, the wall that was attacked didn't seem to be damaged at all. There wasn't even a decent mark left on the wall. As expected, Seito thought to himself. He activated his psychokinesis and began to stir the air in front of him, forming a flat whirlwind. It sucked and pulled the air in the tunnel and even the entire Mizegu. Under the pull of this increasingly strong whirlwind, a flat whirlwind appeared in front of Ito-sei, with sparks and sparks sputtering, and the air blades on the outside were like knives. His clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. Go! When he felt that it was about time, Seito used his psychokinesis to push the whirlwind towards the wall. Crunch, 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 crunch. In an instant, the sound of grinding wheels cutting hard objects was heard. A strange symbol that was circular on the outside and had 24 ancient runes on the inside appeared in front of Seito. TSK, I can't hit the caster. Can't I just destroy the spell? Seito frowned as he didn't see any changes to the wall. Of course. At this moment, a low and somewhat crazy voice was heard. Then, a man wearing a white suit and trousers with a red tie walked out. His green hair was neatly arranged behind him. He looked to be less than 30 years old. In his right hand was a golden chain that looked like a chain dart. His left hand and left leg were missing, and he had a golden rod and a golden hook in place of his limbs. He gradually walked out of the dark corridor and appeared in front of Seito. Behind this man were a dozen students covered in blood. Their eyes were lifeless as they followed behind him. They all moved towards Seito. Aurelius Isard. Seito narrowed his eyes. Or should I say, Aurelius Isard's substitute. Kid, why are you here? This was a place that only magicians could come to. Are you an intruder as well? The fake Aurelius Isard tilted his head and looked at Seito with bloodshot eyes. He didn't mention anyone else. That means Dangma and Steele haven't arrived yet. Or rather, he hasn't met them yet. That's good news, Seito thought. Hey, why are you looking at the materials? That's weird. Aurelius Isard's instant alchemy is already aimed at you. Why are you still looking at the materials? I should be perfect. Why do you look so calm? What's wrong with me? The fake Aurelius Isard said hysterically. Is your mind in a mess? Poor guy, Seito said softly. Ugh, you bastard. Aurelius Isard roared as if he had hit a sore spot. Following Aurelius Isard's roar, the golden chain dart in his right hand spun rapidly around him, forming a strange barrier that emitted a faint golden glow. Then, the golden dart pierced through the students around him one by one as if it was threading a needle. The students who were pierced by the golden chain dart all melted in an instant, turning into pools of lava-like golden liquid. They emitted a strange metallic glow and sizzling sounds as if cold water was poured over hot iron. Give me your life, Aurelius Isard, who had completely lost his mind, roared. As Aurelius Isard roared, the golden chain dart spun around him at an even higher speed than before. Like a tornado, it sucked the pool of golden mud into the air until it touched the ceiling of the corridor. It formed a wall-like barrier that blocked Aurelius Isard's body behind the wall. Then it surged towards Seito like a tsunami. Seeing this, Seito didn't take it head-on. With a light tap of his foot, he quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the golden wall. Aurelius Isard's golden chain dart flew towards Seito at an extremely fast speed. Seito, who couldn't even touch the wave of golden mud, was even less likely to touch this mysterious chain dart that could turn people into golden mud. With a jolt of his foot, he immediately leaped up from the ground and dodged the golden chain dart by a hair's breadth. The golden chain dart that missed his target didn't stop at all. It suddenly shot back into the fake Aurelius Isard's hand like a spring that had been pulled. Then, it flew towards Seito's body again. The switching speed between retracting and releasing the dart didn't even take a second. Fortunately, Seito wasn't an ordinary person. Although he was in the air, his psychokinesis allowed him to fly in the air. Therefore, when the golden chain dart shot at him again, he wrapped his body with psychokinesis and dodged the dart's attack path. However, the retracted dart then shot out again like a machine gun, continuously shooting towards Seito. Seito's movements weren't slow either. He dodged the golden chain dart's attack by moving sideways, flying forward, or tilting his head. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out wind blades at the golden mud wall that was about to fall, as well as Aurelius Isard's exposed body. Under the assault of the wind blades, Aurelius Isard finally slowed down his shooting of the golden chain darts. He spun them around his body again, forming a barrier that emitted a pale yellow glow, blocking the wind blades. At this moment, Seito's body trembled. He suddenly flew over Aurelius Isard's head at twice the speed of sound and landed behind him. Then, when the fake Aurelius Isard turned around to lock onto him, he extended his right index finger and shot out two extremely condensed psychokinesis beams at Aurelius Isard's body. Puff puff. With two soft sounds, the two psychokinesis beams pierced through the fake Aurelius Isard's right shoulder and right knee. Aurelius Isard, who couldn't defend himself in time, staggered and knelt on the ground. Using this opportunity, Seito suddenly rushed in front of Aurelius Isard. He turned around and kicked the fake Aurelius Isard's head heavily. Bam! With the enhancement of psychokinesis, the powerful force of the kick instantly blasted the fake Aurelius Isard's head apart. A large amount of blood and tissue fragments flew in all directions due to the explosive force, splashing onto the walls on both sides of the room. Phew, it's really troublesome not to use other means, Seito said with a sigh after finishing off the fake Aurelius Isard. But if it's really dangerous, I don't have to worry about exposing myself. I can just crush him directly. Having made up his mind, Seito didn't look at the tragic scene on the ground. He continued to walk deeper into Misawa's school, or rather, to the top floor, to meet the real alchemist Aurelius Isard. Chapter 843. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two wooden doors that were tightly shut suddenly opened to the left and right, slamming heavily into the walls of the room. Then, Seito saw a study room that was more than 60 square meters in size. The floor was paved with black and white marble, and there were wooden bookshelves filled with all kinds of books on the left and right sides. The innermost wall was completely replaced by a floor-to-ceiling window. At the same time, a man who looked exactly like Aurelius Isard, but with a more elegant temperament and an intact left arm and left leg, came into view. What a surprise! I didn't expect the newest person to not be a magician, but an ability user. Aurelius turned around and said to Seito, who had just walked in from the door. Seito chuckled. Then, he suddenly reached his highest height and appeared in front of Aurelius before he could react. He wrapped his arms around Aurelius' head and used a Muay Thai-style knee strike to Aurelius' face. Bang! How could the frail Aurelius Isard withstand such an attack? His nose immediately broke, and he fell to his knees in a daze. Seito didn't stop there. He let go of his arms around Aurelius' head and moved to his side. He pressed his right hand against the back of Aurelius' head and slammed Aurelius' head heavily into the ground. Bang! With another muffled sound, Aurelius Isard, who was already dizzy from the knee strike, was in an even worse state. He had completely lost the ability to resist. As expected, it's best to ambush you before you stab yourself with the needles. Seito's right hand was still pressing on Orio's head to prevent him from getting up. His left hand searched for all the needles on Orio's body and threw them to a corner of the room. On the way to Mizawa School, Seito had been thinking about how to deal with Orio's Izzard, who seemed to have the ability to think of new things. In the end, he thought of two methods. One was to use something like the intangible matter, something beyond Orio's Izzard's knowledge, to block his great divination technique. After all, no matter how magical the Great Change technique was, the things it created were still based on the world. Everything it created had to be based on the rules of the world. Thus, when it was transformed into Osric Isard's body, it was something he knew, or it was a derivative of his imagination based on the principles of the world. Therefore, in terms of ability, as described in Chapter 829 of the Academy City, he could magnify his will and use the golden great divination technique to directly end. Naturally, there were prerequisites for this method to be used. First, Orio's Izzard was talkative enough. He wasn't the type to directly kill the enemy. Second, the ambusher had to be fast enough. At the very least, he had to be faster than Orio's Izzard's reaction speed. Otherwise, the other side would directly stab the needles into his neck. There was no way to forcefully use the great divination technique. And it just so happened that no matter which of these 2 points it was, Orio's Isard and Ito Chengdu had both. So Orio's Isard clearly had the heaven-defying ability to create things out of thin air, but he couldn't use it and was directly killed on the spot. Come, let me search. Where did you put your magic notes? Then, Seito said while dislocating Orio's Izzard's chin. Even if he recovered, he wouldn't be able to speak. Seito also used telekinesis to imprison his limbs. Then, he began to search his body. Found it. Soon, Seito's eyes lit up. He happily took out a book about 18 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide, and less than 1 centimeter thick from Orio's Izzard's inner pocket. The blue surface of the book said softly. Seeing this, Orio's Izzard, who had just recovered from the dizziness, ignored the telekinesis imprisoned and immediately began to struggle vigorously. However, with his small body, no matter how hard he struggled, it didn't have any effect. Let me see what the golden great divination technique is, Seito said while opening the book in his hand and reading it attentively. A few minutes later, Ito Sei, who had roughly browsed through Orio's Isard's magic notes, shook his head slightly with a speechless expression and sighed. What golden great divination technique! I thought it was the ultimate goal of alchemists, golden refinement. In the end, it's just a transition technique. And this name is really F***Ketup. The great divination technique is clearly the ancient great divination technique in China. The original meaning was to find a method. In medieval Europe, it was also called the Arsanya algorithm. When did it have anything to do with alchemy? Seito muttered in a low voice. But forget it, this world can call it whatever they want. It has nothing to do with me anyway. As long as I get the benefits, it's fine. Thinking of this, Ito Sei no longer entangled with the problem of the golden great diffraction technique and directly put away the Devil's Path notes. I say, your footsteps are really light. If I didn't hear your breathing, I wouldn't have noticed you coming over. Then, Seito raised his head and looked at Ji Shinkiasha, who appeared at the door. She was dressed as a Bobu shaman. Please let him go, Ji Shinkiasha said expressionlessly. Oh, why? Seito looked at Ji Shinkiasha with a puzzled expression and asked. Ji Shinkiasha didn't answer, or it could be said that she didn't want to answer. Because of the power of the vampire killer, Seito was still using telekinesis to imprison Orio's Isard while slowly walking towards Ji Shinkiasha. Hearing this, Ji Shinkiasha's eyes twitched slightly. What? Are you going to let this guy help you get rid of the power of the vampire killer? Seito asked with a chuckle. Ji Shinkiasha was silent, but her expression also meant that she tacitly agreed. Then I can only regretfully tell you that it's impossible, because he has been deceiving you from the beginning. All he wanted to do was to use you. Seito, who was already in front of Ji Shinkiasha, slightly lowered his head and looked into her eyes. You don't believe me? This is his demonic notes. Although it records some of his cultivation experiences, guesses, and inspirations, it also records some emotional matters between the lines. Among them, there are some thoughts about the learning, sucking ghost killer. Seeing that Jishin Kyusha was still unmoved, Seito once again took out Orio's Isard's demonic notes and handed it over to Jishin Kyusha. Jishin Kyusha lowered her head and looked at the demonic notes in Seito's hands, then slowly raised her hands and took it. It's on the top page, Seito reminded her after putting down his hands. With Ito-sei's reminder, Jishin Kyusha also slowly opened the notebook in his hand, skipping a large part of the front pages, directly turning to the last few pages where the writing was written and carefully skimming through it. As long as we catch the vampire, we can use their method to save the child. If using the vampire's method alone doesn't work, then we can turn the child's body into a vampire's. As long as we succeed, we can kill the vampire killer and fulfill the promise we made back then, freeing her from the curse and also removing a threat to the child. After waiting quietly for a moment, Seito said to Jishin Kyusha, who was in a daze after reading the notes, "Actually, if you don't want to use your power to harm others, I can help you when the time comes." Jishin Kyusha's eyes moved and looked at Seito in front of her, waiting for him to continue. "I can seal your power and take you somewhere else to live like a normal student," Seito said with a smile. "Really?" Jishin Kyusha, who had been silent since they met, finally asked. "It's true," Seito said with certainty. "What about him?" Jishin Kyusha was silent for a few seconds before she turned to look at Oriashin Isard, who was imprisoned by Seito's telekinesis. "I will delete all his memories of you and me. Then let him go," Seito said to Oriashin Isard. Then he turned back to Jishin Kyusha and asked, "How about it?" "I'll go with you," Jishin Kyusha said expressionlessly. "Okay, wait for me for a moment," Seito said as he took back the notes. Then he turned around and squatted down in front of Oriashin Isard. He knocked Oriashin Isard unconscious and used his telekinesis and hypnosis ability to erase his memories. Then he added a seal to prevent prying eyes on the erased memories. Done. After a while, Ito-sei took out a pill containing nanomachines and stuffed it into Orio's Isard's mouth. He then put the needles that were thrown aside by his psychokinesis back onto Orio's Isard body. After setting the waking time, he stood up and said, "Let's go," Seito said as he walked back to Jishin Kyusha. Jishin Kyusha didn't say anything and just followed Seito. "Don't resist," Seito said. Then he put Jishin Kyusha into the Rubik's Cube world and placed them in the Academy City. This place was the core of Misawa School, which was also the core of the Great Change Technique. It was cleaned up by Oriashin Isard without Alistair's suspension circuit. Otherwise, Seito wouldn't have dared to put Jishin Kyusha into the Rubik's Cube world. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to N. Chapter 844. Seito sent Josha into the Rubik's Cube and instructed her with his mind. Then, he walked out of Aurelius Isard's study and headed out of Mizu. The moment he left, Aurelius Isard's eyelids twitched slightly, and he woke up from his coma. Then, he looked around in a daze. On the other side, Ito-sei, who had been thrown by Alistair to level up, was whistling as he walked out of Mizuo with a joyful expression on his face. He walked back to his dorm room, but when he passed by an alley, Seito's attention was caught by a figure that flashed by. It made him give up on returning to his dorm and decided to chase after the figure that disappeared. Fortunately, the figure was walking, so Seito was able to catch up to it. The figure was about 1.6 meters tall and wore the Tokuwadai girls' school's summer uniform. She had short brown hair and wore a pair of night vision goggles on her forehead. At the same time, she carried a black bag that looked like it was used to carry a cello on her left shoulder. She walked through the alley step by step, away from the crowd. If I remember correctly, the first Misaka's sister that Makoto met on the 12th of August was 9982. The experiment started on the 15th of August. Based on my calculations, this sister should be above 9960. Ito thought to himself as he followed the Misaka's sister. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the edge of School District 7. There was an empty container area, then a figure about 7 meters tall and wearing a pair of black trousers appeared. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt and had a head of white hair. His face was filled with malice and impatience. He held a can of drink in his hand as he appeared in front of Ito. This was the first of the 7 LV-5 espers who stood at the top of the Academy City. He was called Directional Passage. He saw the Misaka sisters' arrival. The impatient expression on the young man's face changed. His face revealed a crazy and twisted evil smile. He looked like a demon as he opened the zipper of his backpack and pulled out an assault rifle. This assault rifle, FR-2000R Toy Soldier, could aim at the target with infrared rays and had an electronic control system that could adjust the trajectory of the bullet. The shooter didn't need to think about the direction of the wind or the target's dodging method. Anyone could become a sharpshooter as long as they moved the gun according to the electronic control system. Not only that, but with the impact absorption rubber and carbon dioxide covering the gun body, the reaction force of the shot was reduced to the limit. Even a second-year elementary school student could easily control the FR-2000R to attack. However, the Misaka's sister did not attack immediately after taking out the FR-2000R assault rifle. Instead, she stood still and waited. Hey, don't worry about the experiment time. Let's start. Passage didn't show any nervousness towards the gun. He was in a strange voice, was impatient. There's still 3 minutes and 23 seconds before the experiment starts. Misaka's sister said expressionlessly. How boring. Passage looked at the Misaka's sister with disgust. You're going to die anyway. What's the difference between dying earlier or later? You cheap puppet. The Misaka's sister remained unmoved. She continued to hold her gun and waited until it was time for the experiment to begin. It's 1930. Let's start the 9th, 9th, and 7th experiment. The Misaka's sister said. She immediately ran toward the ambush spot that was advantageous to her. After all, the Misaka's sister only had a LV-2 electricity shortage ability. She didn't have the ability to fight Passage head-on. Haha, why are you running away so fast? Why are you shaking your ass? Are you trying to tempt me? Seeing the Misaka's sister running away, Passage didn't chase after her. Instead, he stood there and laughed mockingly. At that moment, the Misaka's sister, who ran some distance away and found a good hiding spot, turned around. She aimed at Passage and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. A fireball shot out from the FR-2000R's muzzle. It flew toward Passage's body. Passage didn't dodge. He didn't move at all. The bullet that was flying toward him was reflected back at an even faster speed. It hit the Misaka sister's right shoulder as she couldn't dodge in time. A bloody bullet wound appeared on the Misaka sister's body. However, the Misaka sister's body only swayed a little. She continued to run toward her chosen hiding spot. Then, she moved away from the gap between the containers and ran toward the next ambush spot. I'm afraid you'll be bored. Let me give you a riddle. Listen well, the riddle is, what is Accelerator going to do now? Accelerator, who had his hands in his pockets, slowly walked forward with a grin on his face. He then pressed his hand on the container beside him. In an instant, there was a loud boom. The container that was touched by Accelerator immediately flew out from its original position as if it was hit by some force. It slammed into the other containers nearby and scattered the other containers, smashing them to the ground. Fortunately, the Misaka sister had just passed through the area where the container crashed. She didn't get hit by the container and managed to avoid the disaster. The Misaka sister ran out from the gap between the containers and pulled the trigger again at Passage, who had his back facing her. However, the result was the same. The bullet was reflected back at an even faster speed. It went straight into the FR-2000R's muzzle and caused the FR-2000R assault rifle to explode. Seeing that her gun was destroyed, Misaka's sister instinctively took a step back and dodged the shrapnel that flew out from the explosion. Then, She turned around and activated her signature skill, Lightning Bolt, at Accelerator, who was looking at her. Misaka's sister was cloned from the LV-5 super electromagnetic gun, Misaka Mikoto, and only had the LV-2 electricity deficiency ability. However, the electricity contained in the Thunderbolt gun was enough to knock an adult unconscious. The instant she fired the Thunderbolt gun at the speed of light, she felt as though she was struck by a wooden hammer on her chest, causing her to fall to the ground and roll backward. At the same time, the Misaka sister's body twitched violently as if she was having a seizure. "Reflect shot," the Misaka sister said with trembling lips. "No, it's a pity. Although it's a reflection, it's not the essence of my ability." Accelerator walked towards the Misaka sister as he said with a malicious smile, "The answer is the conversion of vector, kinetic energy, heat energy, electricity. All vectors can be changed as long as they come into contact with my skin. However, I usually set them to reflect. I didn't know a superpower that can change all vectors could be used this way." Passage squatted down in front of Misaka's sister as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he extended his hand toward the wound that was caused by the reflection of the bullet. Just as his fingers were about to touch Misaka's sister's body, her body suddenly retreated. Then, as if defying the laws of physics, she suddenly floated up from the ground and flew into Ito-sei's arms, who was standing on top of an intact container. Where did this piece of trash come from?" Passage stood up and looked at Ito. "Please let go of Misaka's sister. She's doing something important." She looked at the stranger in front of her and said. The Misaka sister turned around and looked at Ito and spoke in her usual weird way. "Don't do this kind of work anymore." Ito used his psychokinesis to control the wound on the Misaka sister's shoulder as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Please state the command code." Misaka's sister is requesting for command verification. "I don't have that kind of thing. Just listen to me. As for that scumbag down there who looks like he's mentally ill, I'll take care of him," Ito said in a domineering tone. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who you're talking to? Hey, I'm the only one among the 7 level 5 superpower users in Academy City. I'm at the top of the pyramid. You're calling me a scumbag? Then what are you? Do you think you're God? This isn't funny at all." Although Passage spoke in a calm tone, the murderous aura that accompanied his words filled the entire warehouse. The chilling aura caused goosebumps to appear on the Misaka sister's exposed skin. "Of course I know what I'm talking about. Although I'm not a god, I'm confident that I can take care of you," Ito said with a smile as he let go of the Misaka sister in his arms. "Why? As long as there are enough tools and materials, I can create countless Misaka sisters with the press of a button," Misaka's sister explained. Misaka's sister's body is fake, but her heart is borrowed. Misaka's sisters only cost 180,000 yen each, and there are still 9,977 left in the warehouse. I shouldn't stop the experiment for Misaka's sisters. Misaka's sister looked at Ito with her empty eyes. "That's enough. I won't change my mind once I've made up my mind." Ito didn't wait for Misaka's sister to finish as he waved his hand and interrupted her. He then walked to the edge of the warehouse and continued. "Also, even if 180,000 yen is enough for you to get a lot of Misaka sisters, every individual will develop a different self based on the things they come in contact with. Even though you're still small now, you're still an individual. You're different from the other Misaka sisters." After saying that, he ignored the dumbfounded Misaka sister and jumped to the ground. Chapter 845. "You actually dared to come down here." Accelerator tilted his head slightly, his eyes flashing with mockery as he spoke. "Why wouldn't I dare to come down when dealing with a lowly, despicable bastard like you?" Ito spoke mockingly, completely displaying the disgust he felt when he first saw the magic seal. "You're courting death." Accelerator, who had never been insulted like this before, was infuriated. With a ferocious expression, he stared at Ito-sei with his scarlet eyes and growled. "Albino, red eye, someone like you who reflects like this definitely won't live as long as I do. I promise. Ito said with a chuckle. I'll send you to your death right now. Accelerator roared. After roaring, Accelerator stomped his foot and charged toward Ito at an extremely high speed, reaching out his hand to touch Ito's body. Hey, have you ever experienced the feeling of being beaten? Ito didn't dodge when Accelerator's hand was about to land on his body. Instead, he looked at Accelerator mockingly. However, the moment Accelerator's hand landed, Ito's body abruptly dodged to the side. At the same time, he swung his left fist towards Accelerator's cheek. Just as his fist was about to touch Accelerator's body, he used telekinesis to stop it. Bang! In the next moment, Accelerator's body suddenly staggered with a muffled sound. A fist-sized bruise appeared on Accelerator's right cheek. How is this possible? Stunned by this attack, Accelerator covered his mouth with his left hand, bent over, and lowered his head. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the ground. His voice was filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself. Does it hurt? Ito used the same method to send Accelerator flying again. He smiled as he looked at Accelerator, who flew more than a meter away before falling to the ground and rolling 2 or 3 times before coming to a stop. Instead of Ito's attacks, it was more appropriate to say that Accelerator was attacking himself. This was because these 2 attacks were completely reflected by Accelerator. Using Accelerator's reflex principle, he suddenly stopped the fist just as it was about to land on him, causing Accelerator's self-defense reflex program in his personal reality to instinctively reflect the force that should have been reflected outwards. Let the force directly hit Accelerator's body, causing substantial damage to him. Ito thought to himself, Kihara Amida sure knows a lot about Accelerator. I just don't know how a normal person like Kihara Amida was able to stop his attack so abruptly. I think it must have something to do with the tool the professor gave me in Item. How did this happen? How did you break through my reflection and hit me directly? Both of his hands were on the ground. Accelerator said in disbelief as he crawled up from the ground. Do you think I'll tell you? Ito shook a rock from the ground and used psychokinesis to control the rock to fly towards Accelerator as he spoke softly with a smile on his face. At the same time, the moment the rock was about to hit Accelerator's body, Ito used psychokinesis to stop the rock again and pulled the rock back into his hand when Accelerator's head tilted back. How do you feel now? Ito asked with a smile as he used the same method to shoot the rock again. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Accelerator said with a voice filled with killing intent. Come at me, as long as you have the ability to do so. Ito said softly as he kept hitting Accelerator's head with the rock. Fine, I've taught you a lesson today. However, if I see you attacking my sisters again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Ito said as he used psychokinesis to break the rock after hitting Accelerator one last time. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the Misaka sister, who was still in a state of shock after witnessing the devil and monster who had easily killed more than 9,970 of her sisters, and said, That's enough. All right, we can leave now. I'm going to kill you. Before the Misaka sister could react, Accelerator yelled at the top of his lungs. Idiot. Ito turned his head to look at Accelerator and scolded him softly. He then ignored Accelerator and turned his attention back to Misaka's sister, 9973. At this moment, Accelerator, who had just clamored to kill Ito, suddenly clenched his throat with both hands. His face turned red as he gasped for breath. After a while, he fell to the ground again with his eyes rolled back and fainted. What happened to him? Misaka asked curiously. The Misaka sister looked at the unconscious Accelerator and asked Ito. When I said forget it, I did it just in case. I used my psychokinesis to create a small forbidden area around him. He's just temporarily unconscious because he breathed in all the oxygen in the forbidden area. Ito explained with a smile. I don't care what kind of experiment you're doing. I'm sure you won't be able to do it again since I'm here. Ito used his psychokinesis to bring the Misaka sister back to the ground. Thank you very much for your help. Misaka thanked Shinjin sincerely. Who are you? Misaka asked curiously. Misaka number 9973 looked at Sei Ito and asked, "My name is Sei Ito. I met your sister's LV-5 railgun once before." Sei Ito explained, "Are you my sister's friend?" Misaka looked at you curiously and asked, "I don't think so," Sei Ito said with uncertainty. Sei Ito then seemed to have thought of something. He reached into his pocket and took out an ornament from the Rubik's Cube. He passed it to Misaka number 9973 and said, "This is for you. I gave it to you when I was eating pancakes." "How childish," Misaka number 9973 said as he took the Yuta accessory from Miyazaki. "Haha, looks like you have the same taste as your sister." Seito rubbed Misaka no. 9973's head. "Let's go. I'll send you back." Seito said, "It's okay. Misaka number 9973 still needs to report to the research center and retrieve accelerator." Misaka number 9973 looked at you seriously. "Is that so? Forget it then. But you can come to me anytime if you encounter something like this in the future. I'm quite interested in teaching that bastard a lesson." Sei Ito chuckled and told Misaka number 9973 and all the Misaka sisters the phone number he used in the Rubik's Cube. Sei Ito then bade farewell to Misaka number 9973 and left the Rubik's Cube. He then rushed back to his dorm. After all, she did not know what Indicus would do to her if she did not return home for such a long time. Just as Sei Ito expected, after returning to the dorm, he was immediately suppressed by an angry Indicus. It opened its mouth and bit Sei Ito's arm. At the same time, it was the first time Sei Ito was bitten by Indicus after being in contact with him for so long. After some consolation and assurance, Indicus finally forgave Sei Ito for leaving home without informing him. In fact, he did inform him, but Indicus was still fooling around with the Sphinx at that time and did not pay attention to him. Indicus finally calmed down. Ding dong, ding dong. The next day, when Sei Ito was accompanying Indicus to watch Super Mobile Girl Kanami, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Coming," Sei Ito shouted as he stood up and walked to the entrance. Creak. Ito-sei reached out and opened the door. Immediately, a beautiful woman with a pair of red pupils and long brown curly hair appeared in front of Ito-sei's eyes. She was wearing a pair of gray high-heel shoes, black silk stockings, a short red skirt, a light pink round collar shirt, and a white coat. She looked to be about 30 years old, with a pair of red pupils and long brown curly hair. Seeing the appearance of the person, Sei Ito's heart immediately skipped a beat. He secretly called out the person's name, Yahweh Hisako. That's right, the person was one of the 12 directors of Academy City, an old man with great influence in the medical field. Although she looked to be in her 30s, she was actually over 70 years old. She was a woman who used a university-affiliated hospital in School District 13 as a base and acted as a doctor in the hospital. "You are?" Although Sei Ito knew who the person was, he still had to pretend on the surface and said with a frown, "You use someone else's name to sneak into Academy City, but you don't even know what she looks like?" Yahweh Hisako said to Sei Ito in a sweet voice. "Director, Yahweh Hisako." Hearing Yahweh Hisako's words, Sei Ito immediately said with a look of realization, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Yahweh Hisako continued. "It might be a bit inconvenient," Sei Ito said with a troubled expression. "Ah-chung, who is the person outside?" At this moment, Indicus's voice suddenly sounded. "So you're hiding a mistress in a golden house. No wonder you didn't let her in." Yahweh Hisako didn't wait for Sei Ito to speak and said, "Ah-chung, who is she?" Indicus, who took the opportunity to talk to Sei Ito, exuded a gloomy aura and asked with an unfriendly expression, "One of the directors of Academy City, Ms. Yahweh Hisako. I was able to enter Academy City thanks to her help. This time, she came to talk to me about something." Sei Ito sighed helplessly and explained, "You watch TV at home first. I'm going out with director Yahweh Hisako. I'll be back soon," Sei Ito continued. Chapter 846. P.S. Thanks to wind is not stupid, Pig is studying fried rice 2012, always late, Yinixingen, instant potato, everyday me W, T-can, Wherefore for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, Night Road AS1, and Nickfanny for their tips. After comforting Inticus, who was still in a bad mood, Itose left the dormitory with Hisako, who had an inexplicable smell of medicine on her face. They went downstairs and sat in the car that Hisako came in. It was parked not far from the dormitory. I wonder why medicine flavor director came all the way here to see me. After closing the car door, Ito went straight to the point. Nothing much. I just wanted to see how the person who used my name to enter Academy City and stirred up a storm in Academy City is like. I also wanted to make friends with you. Medicine flavor Hisako said, with a charming smile. I see. I wonder how medicine flavor director felt after seeing me. Was she disappointed? Ito glanced at medicine flavor Hisako, who was sitting beside him. The first impression is not bad. Medicine flavor Hisako chuckled. Also, you can just call me Sister Hisako. Medicine flavor director is too polite. Okay, Sister Hisako. Ito didn't care whether medicine flavor Hisako was sincere or not, and directly climbed up the ladder. Sigh. I feel much better after hearing that. Medicine flavor Hisako replied with a smile. Sister Hisako, you really just came to see me. Nothing else? Ito asked again. Nope. Medicine flavor Hisako said frivolously. What? Is it hard to stay with me? No, it's just that you saw the situation just now. I'm afraid that if I go back too late, my body will suffer. Ito showed a bitter smile and shook his head. Seems like you care a lot about that kid. Medicine flavor Hisako said with a strange tone. Ito didn't answer. It was a tacit acknowledgement of medicine flavor Hisako's words. If that's the case, then all right, I won't keep you any longer. You can go back. Medicine flavor Hisako said with a kind smile. Then I'll leave first. Ito nodded and opened the car door. He was about to get out of the car, but at this moment, Ito's movements suddenly paused. He turned to look at medicine flavor Hisako and said, By the way, I don't know if Sister Hisako knows about an experiment. The main participants are the number 1 level 5 Esper in Academy City, Accelerator, and the number 3 level 5 Esper, Railgun Clone. Oh, are you talking about that? I know. Why? You want to know? Medicine flavor Hisako nodded with a look of realization. If possible, I would like to know the details of the experiment, especially the research and development institution involved in the experiment, Ito said lightly. Sure. Medicine flavor Hisako did not hesitate at all when she heard this, and she readily agreed. Then she pretended to be confused and asked Ito, But what do you want the information for? I'm just curious, Ito said with a calm face. Curious? Medicine flavor Hisako looked at Ito meaningfully and said, then turned to the front and said, I'll ask someone to send the information over in the afternoon. Thank you, Sister Hisako. Ito, thank her. Do you really want to thank me? Medicine flavor Hisako turned to Ito again and asked with a smile. Of course. Ito's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He nodded. If you really want to thank me, can you go to my research institution and participate in an ability test? Medicine flavor Hisako said with a smile. As expected, she came here because I defeated Accelerator. It seems that this matter has a great impact on the higher-ups. I wonder if they will stop Accelerator's absolute ability user program because of this. Ito thought to himself. Although his mind was wandering, he did not show it on his face. He nodded calmly and said, Of course. Then I'll go now. Medicine flavor Hisako said. Wait, Sister Hisako. I'll go up and talk to her first. Ito quickly said when he saw this. Okay. Medicine flavor Hisako agreed. Ito pushed open the door and got out of the car. He slowly walked back to his dorm and explained to Inticus that he was going to participate in an ability test. After making some promises, he left the dorm and went back to Medicine flavor Hisako's car. The car pulled the car to School District 13, a research institution under Medicine flavor Hisako's name. With Medicine flavor Hisako personally leading the way, nothing was a problem. Soon, they arrived at the research institution. It was a large-scale ability test field with various instruments and facilities. Chairman, the person in charge of the research institution, a middle-aged man with black hair who looked to be around 50 years old, called out to Medicine Flavor Hisako. Xiang Yuan, help him do an ability test, according to the highest standards. Medicine Flavor Hisako pointed at Sei Ito and ordered the middle-aged man, named Xiang Yuan. Yes, Xiang Yuan replied respectfully. Harumi, bring him to the test field. Then, Xiang Yuan turned to a woman who was around 165 meters tall and wore a white lab coat like the other researchers. A young woman with brown hair in her 20s ordered. Yes. The woman named Harumi replied and walked to Seito's side and said, Please follow me. You have to do a good test. Just as Seito was about to leave with Harumi, Medicine Flavor Hisako said with a voice that could kill. Seito nodded at Medicine Flavor Hisako and continued to follow Harumi to the test field. Are you ready? After a moment, Xiang Yuan walked to the front of the test instrument and pressed the switch of the internal loudspeaker and said to Seito, who was standing in the center of the test field waiting for the test. Seito turned his head and made an okay gesture to Xiang Yuan, indicating that the test could begin. Now for the first test, please use your ability to lift the objects in front of you, starting from test object number 1. Xiang Yuan's voice came from the loudspeaker. Hearing Xiang Yuan's instructions, Seito released his psychokinesis and placed it on the test field with different sizes and shapes. He began to control one of the test objects with completely different weights more than an hour later. How was the data? Medicine Flavor Hisako, who was standing in front of the glass with her arms crossed, turned around and looked at Xiang Yuan behind her. The results are out. It's a level 5 psychokinesis ability user. Xiang Yuan, who was holding the test report, excitedly reported. Sure enough, Medicine Flavor Hisako reached out and took the report in her hand and skimmed through it. Then she tore up the test report in her hand, looked at Xiang Yuan, and ordered coldly, Delete all the test data. Also, tell the people who participated in the test to not leak any information about this test. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. Yes. When Xiang Yuan saw this, his entire body trembled as he solemnly complied. I should work harder to build a good relationship with him. Maybe there will be a surprise later. Medicine Flavor Hisako, who turned back to look at Seito, said with a charming smile. Here you go. This is the information about the experiment you want. A few minutes later, when Seito came out again, Medicine Flavor Hisako handed a thick stack of paper to Seito and said, Absolute Ability User Plan. Seito, who took the information and looked down at the words written on the cover of the document, softly read. Then he looked up at Medicine Flavor Hisako with a surprised expression and said, There is such a plan in Academy City. One of the purposes of the creation of Academy City is to develop a person who can listen to heaven's will with a human body, so of course such a plan exists. Medicine Flavor Hisako explained. What? You want to try it too? Medicine Flavor Hisako asked with an inexplicable tone. Forget it, I don't want to break away from my human identity for the time being. Seito quickly shook his head and said, Also, Academy City has been established for so long and still hasn't succeeded in creating an absolute ability user. I don't think I'm cut out for it. Sister Hisako, is there anything else? Seito looked at Medicine Flavor Hisako and asked. No. Medicine Flavor Hisako said. If that's the case, then I'll go back first. Seito said. Okay. Medicine Flavor Hisako nodded and then glanced at the information about the Absolute Ability User Plan in Seito's hand and reminded, Remember, don't show that information to others. It will bring you trouble. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Hisako. I'll be careful. Seito nodded with a serious face. Xiangyuan, find someone to drive him back. Medicine Flavor Hisako turned to Xiangyuan beside her and ordered, Yes. Xiangyuan replied and then turned to prepare a car and driver for Seito. No need to trouble Sister Hisako. I can take the tram back myself. Seito quickly said. It's no trouble at all. Just wait patiently. Medicine Flavor Hisako said with the aura of a director. Then she took out a business card with only a name and a set of numbers on it from the pocket of her white coat and handed it to Sei Ito. If there's anything in the future, just call the number on it and you can find me. Okay. Sei Ito knew that Medicine Flavor Hisako was trying to rope him in, so he didn't refuse and simply put away the business card. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Sei Ito said goodbye to Medicine Flavor Hisako and followed Xiang Yuan out of the Research Institute. They got into the car that was waiting outside and left School District 13. They returned to School District 7, where he lived. On the way back to School District 7, Sei Ito sat in the back of the car and carefully browsed through the information about the Absolute Ability User Plan. What was the progress of the plan, which research institutes were involved, where the Misaka sisters were kept. He also memorized the final location of the experiment. Although I know where the Misaka sisters are kept, it's too strange to just go and take them away. Plus, it's not good for my next move. It's better to do what Misaka Mikoto did in the original and destroy the research lock, than let the Misaka sisters spread all over the world before moving them away. Sei Ito thought to himself as he smashed the information about the Absolute Ability User Plan with psychokinesis. Okay, let's do that. We'll start attacking the Research Institute tonight. Chapter 847. After returning to the dormitory, Sei Ito was once again bitten by Index, who was in a bad mood. Fortunately, Sei Ito was prepared in advance. On the way back, he deliberately bought some delicious food to appease Index's resentment. Under the temptation of these delicious food, Index's gluttonous nature immediately erupted. He quickly put aside his resentment towards Sei Ito and sat in front of the TV with the food that Sei Ito bought. Just like that, Index, who was full and sleepy, finally fell asleep at around 9 o'clock at night. Phew, he's finally asleep. Seeing that Index had fallen asleep, Sei Ito let out a long sigh. Then he covered Index with a blanket, turned around, walked to the dormitory's balcony, and jumped out of the balcony. Pada! Under the effect of telekinesis, Ito-sei's body fell to the ground very lightly. Then he strode toward the location of one of the participating institutions that he learned from the Absolute Ability User Project. Fortunately, this research institution was within School District 7, so Sei Ito did not need to leave the school district. Therefore, it only took him about 10 minutes to arrive outside the research institution. Let's see what's in this research institution first, Sei Ito thought as he walked into the research institution. Because it was nighttime, the research institution was already empty. Only the alarm system was running nonstop. However, although Sei Ito could only use his telekinesis due to his disguise and could not temporarily paralyze the alarm system like Misaka Mikoto in the original work, it did not mean that Sei Ito could not do anything about the alarm system in the research institution. He still used his telekinesis to violently cut off the connection lines of the alarm system, destroyed the door, and swaggered into the research institution. Without the alarm system, the research institution was like a naked girl. It allowed Sei Ito to do whatever he wanted inside. A few minutes later, Sei Ito arrived at the core research room of the research institution. He turned on the computer and browsed through the research data stored in the research institution. This research institution was a pharmaceutical research institute. Its main purpose was to research drugs for some difficult and complicated diseases. Therefore, other than the information about the drugs that had been successfully researched, Sei Ito's eyes lit up. There was nothing else that could catch his eye. Therefore, after using a USB flash drive to back up the information he needed, he immediately used his telekinesis to gather an ionization sphere in his hand and started destroying the entire research institution without hesitation. After using 4 or 5 ionization spheres in a row, as well as destroying important equipment and circuits, the entire research institution was completely engulfed in a sea of flames. Ito-sei, who had solved a research institute, immediately set off for another research institute that was also located in School District 7. Of destruction. After destroying another research institution, Sei Ito hurried back to his dormitory and thought to himself, let's call it a day. Let's continue tomorrow. The next day, After playing with Indicus for another day and coaxing her to sleep, Seito once again left from the balcony. He went to another school district to destroy the research institutions that absolute aptitude users planned to participate in. A few days later, just as Ito broke into the research institution and was on his way to the core, a tattered doll suddenly flew in front of him and exploded in the next second. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a large fireball swallowed, Ito's body. What was destroyed so easily? Looks like I'll be able to get all the rewards this time. Accompanied by a crisp female voice, a petite girl wearing a black beret walked out from the shadows. She wore a black long-sleeve top, a white miniskirt with a pair of dark brown stockings. Her legs were wrapped in a pair of dark brown stockings. She was petite and petite. She was petite and wore a black long-sleeve top and a white miniskirt. Whoosh! But just as she finished speaking, a soft whistling sound was suddenly heard. Then, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the bottom of the fireball and blew it away. Ito, who was still intact, was once again exposed to the person who came. In the end, he didn't die. The person said with a slightly regretful tone, "Frienda Sevelen." Ito looked at the girl calmly and said, "You know me?" The girl, Frienda Sevelen, looked at Ito strangely and asked, "An official member of the famous Academy City Black Ops item. How could I not know you?" Ito chuckled. "In the end, it seems like you're also a veteran. No wonder you could destroy so many research institutes." Frienda tilted her head and said, "Where are the others in your team?" Ito smiled and agreed with Frenda's words. Then he asked, "They're still behind, but I alone am enough to deal with you." Frenda said with a confident face, "I hope you won't regret it later." Ito chuckled. After saying that, Ito's figure flashed and rushed toward Frenda at high speed. Frenda was indeed an official member of the Black Ops. Even though her eyes couldn't keep up with Ito's speed, she instinctively felt the danger and quickly threw out 4 to 5 small bombs around her to form an explosion barrier to protect herself. Even though Frenda's reaction was fast enough, it still took more than a second for the bombs to fly out and explode. In this 1 second, Ito had already arrived in front of Frenda and slashed her neck. Then, Ito activated his telekinesis and formed a barrier around him and the unconscious Frenda. Boom! The moment the barrier was activated, a series of explosions rang out. 4 to 5 explosions instantly surrounded Ito and Frenda. Looking at the smoke circle formed by the explosion, Ito exclaimed in his heart, "What a brilliant explosion control! If it weren't for me, the edge of the explosion would be exactly 1 centimeter outside her body, and it wouldn't burn her clothes at all." Looking at the smoke circle formed by the explosion, Ito exclaimed in his heart. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Ito activated his spiritual senses to check Frenda's surface memories. Sure enough, the entire building is filled with explosives. But this is convenient for me. I can use them to completely destroy the building. 10 seconds later, Ito pulled back his hand and put Frenda on his shoulder as he walked toward the location where Frenda hid the bombs. After arriving at the location where the bombs were placed, Ito used his telekinesis to pick them all up. He brought the bombs to one of the supporting points of the building, rearranged them, and detonated them with a flame. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud explosion as a large cloud of bright yellow smoke rose up. At the same time, a violent tremor spread throughout the building, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Not enough, Ito thought as he used his telekinesis to compress the explosion around him. It formed a new shockwave and detonated the entire building a second time. At the same time, because of the tremor and dust from the previous explosion, the second explosion wasn't just a normal explosion. It also caused a dust explosion, resulting in an even bigger explosion that destroyed the building. After feeling that it wasn't enough, Ito increased the intensity of the explosion a few more times. Only then did he leave the destroyed research facility with Frenda on his shoulder amidst the loud rumble caused by the collapse of the building. Let me see. After arriving at a hidden and safe place, Say Ito searched Frenda's body for her phone and opened it. He found the contact information of her Black Ops members, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sayai, and Takitsubu Riku. He then selected Kinuhata Sayai's name and pressed the call button. Frenda, how's your situation? Soon, a soft girl's voice came from the phone. Kinuhata Sayai, if you want Frenda to be safe, come to me. Remember, don't tell Mujino Shizuri, or else I will kill Frenda immediately. Seito purposely used a vicious tone as he spoke into the phone. Super, who are you? Kinuhata Sayai asked loudly. You only have 20 minutes. If I don't see you in 20 minutes, you can say goodbye to Frenda forever. Seito ignored Kinuhata Sayai's question and said firmly. Then, without waiting for Kinuhata Sayai's response, he hung up the phone. TSK, I really am a bad guy. Seito said softly as he played with Frenda's phone. Kinuhata Sayai was someone who valued friendship. Therefore, he only used 15 minutes to follow Frenda's GPS to arrive at the designated location. Super, I'm here. Where are you? Come out. Kinuhata Sayai looked around but didn't see anyone and shouted. You're very obedient. As expected, you came alone, Kinuhata Sayai said. Just as she finished speaking, Seito's voice rang in her ears. At the same time, Seito's figure appeared behind Kinuhata Sayai. Super, where's Frenda? Kinuhata Sayai didn't see Frenda and asked loudly. Just in case, of course I hid her. Seito said matter-of-factly. Super bastard, Kinuhata Sayai said angrily. Then, she looked at Seito and threatened. You better let Frenda go quickly and let me bring her back. Otherwise, Big Sis Mujino will definitely come looking for you. When that time comes, you'll have a good time. My goal was originally your props team, so I'll welcome Mujino Shizuri with open arms. As for how I'll be treated, it'll naturally be decided by my and Mujino's strength. Seito laughed. Big Sis Mujino is the 5th out of the 7 LV5 players in Academy City. A nobody like you is no match for her. Just wait to be killed. Kinuhata Sayai said with disdain. Is that so? Only the 5th? I just defeated the first a few days ago, so Mujino Shizuri is definitely no match for me. Seito laughed casually. That's impossible, you're lying. Kinuhata Sayai said with disbelief. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seito shrugged and asked. Where were you before I called you here? What mission were you on? I won't tell you. Kinuhata Sayai said loudly. Is that so? Then forget it. I'll capture you first and slowly interrogate you. Seito said casually. Hearing Seito's words, Kinuhata Sayai, who was already on her guard, became even more alert. At the same time, she activated her ability and compressed the passive defensive nitrogen around her to form an invisible armor around her body. Hell, Seito laughed lightly and quietly used his psychokinesis to envelop Kinuhata Sayai's body, forming a protective barrier around her and slowly compressing her body. Hey, are you going to fight or not? You're super slow, Kinuhata Sayai said impatiently after waiting for a long time and seeing that Seito didn't make any moves. Don't you feel that your breathing has become rapid? Seito asked calmly. Super, what's going on? Kinuhata Sayai was stunned and her expression changed slightly. Take a guess. Seito said with a smile, as if he was teasing a child. Super, damn it. Seeing this, Kinuhata Sayai's face was filled with anger. She took a step forward and was about to charge at Ito-sei. However, just as she took a step forward, her body seemed to have hit something and was knocked back. This is a psychokinesis wall. As a member of the Black Ops, Kinuhata Sayai, who was familiar with all kinds of abilities, touched the invisible barrier in front of her. That's right. Seito nodded and admitted. After receiving confirmation, Kinuhata Sayai touched her left, right, and back. When she realized that there was a psychokinesis wall around her, she immediately understood why she was having difficulty breathing. You used a psychokinesis wall to form a barrier to cut off the exchange of air between the outside and the outside. Previously, you were also stalling for time so that I could use up the oxygen in the barrier. That's why my breathing has increased, right? Kinuhata Sai analyzed. As expected of a member of the Black Ops, your analysis is very accurate. Seito laughed. Super damn it, you bastard. If you have the guts, then fight me fair and square. What's the point of using such a method? Kinuhata Sai shouted angrily. Are you sure you want me to fight fair and square with you? Seito tilted his head and looked at Kinuhata Sai as he asked. What do you mean by that? Kinuhata Sai frowned and asked. Seito didn't answer Kinuhata Sai's question. Instead, he used his actions to answer her doubts. Ito-sei, who had been standing in the same place, suddenly punched the ground. Boom! In an instant, an explosion was heard, and an irregular, circular depression of about 30 centimeters appeared on the ground. Chapter 848. This is nothing. Don't tell me you think you can beat me with this? You're so shameless. Seeing the power of Ito's casual punch, Kinuhata Sai's expression slightly changed as she stuttered. Although your nitrogen armor's defense is strong, there is still a limit to its defense. If I use a punch that is much stronger than this, are you sure it can withstand it? Ito looked at Kinuhata Sai with a smile that was not a smile. Why? Why can't I withstand it? You haven't even tried. How would you know? Kinuhata Sai was unwilling to admit defeat. All right then. Even if you can withstand that kind of attack, what about this one? Seito said as he pointed his right index finger at a nearby cement building and shot out an extremely condensed telekinetic beam. Pooh! Under Kinuhata Sai's gaze, the telekinetic beam shot towards the building in a blink of an eye and pierced through the building's wall like cutting tofu, leaving a deep hole as thick as an adult's finger. Yes, Kinuhata Sai said with difficulty. All right then. I will now remove the telekinetic seal around you and use this attack to see if your nitrogen armor can withstand it. Seito said as he looked at Kinuhata Sai with a playful expression. After saying that, he removed the telekinetic seal around Kinuhata Sai's body. The moment the telekinetic seal was removed, Kinuhata Sai immediately felt a gust of fresh air rush to her side. While it made her feel refreshed, it also removed the stuffy feeling caused by the increase in carbon dioxide. Are you ready? Seito looked at Kinuhata Sai calmly and said, Yes. Kinuhata Sai's spirit was shaken as she tried her best to compress the nitrogen armor to defend against Seito's attack. Seeing that Kinuhata Sai was ready, Seito did not hesitate and pointed his right index finger at Kinuhata Sai's body. Under her nervous gaze, he shot out a telekinetic beam. Pooh! Along with a soft sound, the telekinetic beam that arrived in front of Kinuhata Sai only paused for a second before it easily broke through the defense of the nitrogen armor. The beam brushed past Kinuhata Sai's cheek and flew behind her, disappearing into the night sky for an unknown distance. Ah! So annoying. After Kinuhata Sai recovered from her initial shock, she raised her head and yelled with a face full of unwillingness. Seito asked with a smile, All right, now you understand the situation. Are you willing to be my captive and be interrogated by me, or are you prepared to resist to the end and be thrown into the wilderness? What do you want to know? Kinuhata Sai said dejectedly. It's still the same question. Where were you before you received my call? What was your mission? Seito asked. I was at S Pharma's Brain Nerve Applied Analysis Research Institute, defending against your attack on the Research Institute. Kinuhata Sai replied. So, she was still at S Pharma's Brain Nerve Applied Analysis Research Institute. It seems that even though I replaced Miss Saka Mikoto to launch the attack, her mission still hasn't changed. I wonder if she managed to capture Bushikation. Seito thought to himself. He then asked again, Then did you see a woman called Bushikation in the Research Institute? Are you talking about that woman with messy hair and terrifying eyes? Kinuhata Sai raised her head and looked at Seito suspiciously. Yes, Seito confirmed with a nod. At the same time he thought to himself, I didn't expect to actually meet her. Is that woman your companion? Kinuhata Sai asked. No, Say Ito denied and then asked, "Tell me more about her." Just before you called, that woman snuck into S. Pharma's Brain Nerve Applied Analysis Research Institute. I don't know what she was doing. However, she has been subdued and is being detained by the Outer Circle members. Kinuhita Sai replied, "Call those Outer Circle members and tell them to bring Bushication here." Say Ito ordered. "Okay." Kinuhita Sai replied and took out her phone to call the people on the other end of the line to bring Bushication here. "Now you can let me see, Frenda," Kinuhita Sai said after hanging up the phone. "Yes, but you have to eat this first," Seito said as he took out a pill with nanomachines and sent it to Kinuhita Sai with psychokinesis. The pill contains nanomachines. Normally, it won't do anything to you, but when I need it, it will interfere with your nerve signals. It will make you lose your ability to resist. Of course, if you have any ill intentions towards me, it can also take your life. Seito didn't wait for Kinuhita Sai to ask and explain the effects of the pill. This feeling of my fate being controlled by someone else is really annoying, Kinuhita Sai said as she held the pill in her hand. However, she didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill. "Wait here," Seito ordered after Kinuhita Sai swallowed the pill and walked towards a dark corner. At this time, Kinuhita Sai, who had no one watching over her, only had a chance to escape. But for some reason, she didn't turn around and run. Instead, she stood there obediently and waited for Ito-sei to return. After a short while, Ito carried Frenda and returned to Kinuhita Sai. "You big pervert," Kinuhita Sai cursed after seeing Ito again. "I don't think I did anything to you. Why are you cursing me?" Ito asked with a surprised expression. "Then what are you doing with your hand?" Kinuhita Sai pointed at Ito's hand that was on Frenda's butt and said loudly, "I'm just holding her so that she doesn't fall off my shoulder. It's not like I'm touching her under her skirt. What's there to be surprised about?" Ito said as he returned Frenda to Kinuhita Sai. "Super stop quibbling, you big pervert." Kinuhita Sai, I didn't want to let it go. Ito ignored Kinuhita Sai and walked to the side with his arms crossed. 10 minutes later, a black sedan stopped beside Kinuhita Sai. Following that, 2 men in black suits escorted a young girl who was wearing a female school uniform. Her black hair was messy like seaweed, and she had a terrifying aura around her as she walked down from the sedan. "Leave her here, you guys can go back," Kinuhita Sai ordered. Although the 2 men in black didn't understand Kinuhita Sai's order, they didn't say anything since they had been in the dark section for a long time. They returned to the car and drove away from Kinuhita Sai. "Seems like you guys were captured." Bushuke Suki looked at Kinuhita Sai and said. He then looked around and saw Ito and said, "So you're the one who captured them and asked that little girl to bring me here?" Although it was a question, Bushuke Suki said it with a certain tone. "That's right." Seito lowered his arms and nodded as he walked towards Bushuke Suki. "Then you're the other attacker," Bushuke Suki said with a certain tone. Should I say, as expected of Bushuke-sin, his reasoning ability is really not for show. Seito laughed and then introduced himself to Bushuke Suki. "I'm Seito. My goal is the same as yours, to stop the plan of absolute ability user. I know you, the guy who defeated Accelerator in a strange way on the night of August 9th. Bushuke Suki said. You really defeated Accelerator? That's super shocking news." Kinuhita Sai said with a shocked expression. "Since you asked her to bring me here, you must want something from me." Bushuke Suki looked at Seito and said, "My brain, can I help you out of kindness, since you're a comrade who tried to stop the plan of absolute ability user?" Seito asked with interest. "First of all, we don't know each other, so we don't know each other. It's not to the point where you can save someone for this reason, unless you're a person with a strong sense of justice like Railgun. Secondly, you probably didn't know about my existence from the beginning. Otherwise, you would have directly asked her to bring me along when you asked her to leave on the phone. Obviously, you only knew about me after you captured her and interrogated her. In addition, after seeing me, you directly told me that the purpose of my infiltration was to destroy the plan of absolute ability users. Therefore, I am 80% sure that you know who I am, which is why you asked her to send me here. Bushu Keisuke analyzed expressionlessly. Finally, although I'm a girl, I don't have outstanding beauty. Unless your hobby is heavy, you wouldn't save me for this reason. So, after thinking about it, the only thing you value about me is this. In the end, Bushu Keisuke pointed at her head. You're worthy of being a talented student. You entered the 7th Pharmaceutical Research Institute at a young age and developed a learning device, the genius Bushu Keisuke. After listening to Bushu Keisuke's analysis, Ito said with admiration, "Yes, I really value your brain, so I want you to be my comrade." Then, Ito said, "What project, what topic?" Bushu Keisuke did not say whether she agreed or not, but asked directly. "I'm alone for the time being, so there is no research institute and no equipment for you to use. Naturally, there is no research project and topic. Everything has to be decided after I'm ready, so my invitation is not now, but soon." Ito explained with a smile. "Then come to me when you are ready," Bushu Keisuke said. Bushu Ishin said. After that, he ignored Ito's say, turned around, and walked away. After a while, he disappeared into the night. Chapter 849. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong and Idler Xiaoqi for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Instakill Potato, and Nickfany for their tips. Ring, ring, ring. The moment Bushu left, the crisp sound of a phone ringing could be heard. It's System Eugenio. Ever since Bushu Shoku confirmed that Ito had indeed called Accelerator, Kinuhita Asai had completely calmed down. Therefore, when the phone rang, Kinuhita Asai didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, she asked for instructions from Ito. "Pick it up," Ito said as he followed the sound and looked at Kinuhita Asai. With permission, Kinuhita Asai took out her phone and picked it up. "System Eugenio, where are you? Do you know how Frenda is doing?" A female voice with a slightly nonchalant tone came from the phone. "Give me the phone." At this time, Ito-sei had already walked in front of Kinuhita Asai. Kinuhita Asai, who didn't know how to answer, didn't hesitate and immediately passed the phone to Ito. "Hello, is this Mujino Shizuri?" Ito said as he put the phone to his ear. "Who are you?" The voice that was still slightly careless immediately became murderous as he spoke. "My name is Ito. Your subordinates Kinuhita Asai and Frenda are in my hands. What do you plan to do?" Ito glanced at Kinuhita Asai, who was supporting Frenda, and said calmly, "2 pieces of trash." Mujino Shizuri cursed without hesitation. "Since that piece of trash is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with it. However, anyone who dares to provoke our props team, no matter where they hide, I will find them and burn their bones to ashes." Mujino Shizuri said coldly, "You're welcome to come find me anytime. I've been admiring Academy City's 4th-ranked player, Atomic Collapse, for a long time. I was just wondering how to meet you." Ito laughed as he looked at Kinuhita Asai, who was slightly dejected after hearing Mujino Shizuri's words. "Especially after I heard that your body is exquisite, and your appearance is also very good." Ito-sei continued to tease. Hearing this, Kinuhita Asai looked at Ito as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't think that there was someone who wasn't afraid of death here. "I will kill you." "Of course." Mujino Shizuri, who had never been teased like this ever since she became the captain of Tools, roared angrily. "Well, you're welcome to do it," Ito said. After that, he directly hung Hung's phone the phone. He didn't. "You're super dead." Kinuhita Asai, who had borrowed the phone, looked at Ito with certainty. "That won't happen. To me, the atomic disintegrator ability is really not a threat. She's definitely going to lose," Ito said confidently. He then turned to Kinuhita Asai and the unconscious Frenda and said, "Now you understand the situation. You can't go back to Mujino Shizuri's side. If you go back, you'll be killed by her on the spot." "What do you plan to do?" "What else can I do? I'm super resigned to my fate." Kinuhita Asai sighed dejectedly. If that's the case, I have a choice. What do you think? Seito said. Then, under Kinuhata Sayai's confused gaze, he explained his plan. From now on, you and Frenda will join me and work for me. I'll be responsible for providing you with protection, whether it's from the Black Ops, Pursuit, or anything else. I'll take care of everything for you. You must have planned this from the start. Kinuhata Sayai looked at Ito suspiciously. It's not premeditated, but I do have some thoughts about taking your props, team under my command. Ito shook his head slightly and said, Are you sure you're super willing to help us take care of the Black Ops, cleanup and other problems? If they find out that we're in the props team, wouldn't we offend a bunch of people? Kinuhata Sayai still didn't believe him. Of course. Ito nodded affirmatively. Okay then, I hope you'll keep your word. Kinuhata Sayai said, All right, do you have any secret places to stay? It's best if it's a place that even Mujino Shizuri doesn't know about. Ito asked again after Kinuhata Sayai agreed. No. Kinuhata Sayai shook her head. Is that so? Ito frowned slightly. Then he took Frenda from Kinuhata Sayai's arms and woke her up. Cough, cough. As soon as she regained consciousness, Frenda started coughing violently. Explain everything to her. Ito pushed Frenda back to Kinuhata Sayai. Kinuhata Sayai nodded, and after Frenda regained consciousness, she explained the situation to her in detail. She even emphasized that they were both fed nanomachines by Ito. Compared to Kinuhata Sayai, she was more of a friend. Frenda was the kind of person who would put her own life first no matter what. So after she understood the situation, she didn't resist and directly switched sides with Ito. What about you? Do you have a secret place to stay? Ito asked again after seeing Frenda's obedience. No, the props team members usually live in the base. Aside from the house assigned by the organization, there's no other place to stay. Frenda shrugged. Then what about your sister? Does Mujino Shizuri know? Ito continued to ask. Hearing Ito's question, Frenda's expression immediately changed. She looked at Ito with an unpleasant expression and said, How do you know I have a sister? Frenda's sister was called Frymia Sevelen. She was 10 years old and was a powerless. However, she was a person that could not be ignored. In the original novel, she was the center of a large portion of events, and the most important of them was because of her that Medicine Flavor Hisako's Human Resources project failed and ended up dead. As for the other powerhouses who died in Medicine Flavor Hisako's Human Resources project, there were more than 1,000 of them. There were a lot of powerless powerhouses. Of course, Ito naturally couldn't say this out loud. Instead, he used another excuse to explain. It's indicated on your phone's contact department. She only knows that I have a sister, but she doesn't know where she lives. But with her intelligence network, it's easy to find out. After listening to Ito's explanation, Frenda's expression improved a little. Then forget it. I'll arrange for you to live in another place. Ito thought for a moment, then turned his hand and took out his mobile phone. He dialed Haruki Miyama's phone number. Hello. Soon, a lazy voice came from the phone. Already asleep? Ito asked. About to sleep. Haruki Mushin replied. Good. Wait for me. I'll go to your place now. Ito said. Oh. Haruki Mushin responded. Come with me. Ito, who hung up the phone, said to Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda, then took the two back to School District 7 and went to Haruki Mushin's apartment. Haruki Mushin's current apartment was found with the help of the Underworld Soul Hunters, so it's very close to the third hospital of a university where the Underworld Soul Hunters work. It's also not far from the student dormitory where Ito lives. It's a suitable place to settle down. This way, even if there's trouble, Ito can quickly come to the rescue. As for Haruki Mushin's original dormitory, it was already taken back by Academy City when he went to prison because of the Fantasy Miturai incident. Ding dong. A moment later, Ito who came to the door of Haruni Kiyama's apartment, reached out and rang the doorbell. Creak. Soon, with a soft sound, the closed door was pushed open from the inside. Then, Haruki Miyama appeared in front of Ito's Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda. He was only wearing a white shirt that hung down to his thighs. The collar of the shirt was wide open, and one could vaguely see what was inside. His white and tender legs were completely exposed to the air. On his feet was a pair of furry slippers. His face was still gloomy, as if he couldn't wake up. "Come in." Haruki Mushin, who didn't care about his image at all, stepped aside and said. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately led Kinuhata Sai and Frenda into Haruki Mushin's apartment. The next moment, a messy room full of junk, not much better than an otaku's room, appeared in front of Sei Ito and the other two. "Are you sure you want to put us here? I feel very insecure." Kinuhata Sai looked at the messy room and said to Sei Ito, "I say, Musin, you're a beautiful woman after all. Can't you clean up the room a little?" Ito Sei was speechless when he heard the words. He turned his head and looked at Haruki Miyama, who closed the door and came back. "I know," Haruki Mushin said in a calm tone. "Forget it." Sei Ito helplessly shook his head and pointed at Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. "This is Kinuhata Sai, and this is Frenda. They're my new subordinates, but for some reason, they don't have a place to live. So, I'm going to put them here." "Whatever." Haruki Mushin looked at Kinuhata Sai and Frenda and said, "As long as you agree." Seeing that Haruki Mushin agreed, Sei Ito let out a sigh of relief and said, if Haruki Mushin didn't agree, although Sei Ito didn't say that he couldn't find a place for them to stay, the only place he could find was his own dorm or call Medicine Flavor Hisako for help. If he stayed at home, he would have to face the constant resentment of Inticus, and there might be a conflict at any time. If he asked for Medicine Flavor Hisako's help, he would have to deepen his relationship with her. Although it wouldn't be too bad, Sei Ito still didn't want to. So, no matter what, it wasn't something that Sei Ito wanted. "You guys help Diemu Sai and protect her." Sei Ito then said to Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. "Got it." Kinuhata Sai said, "This is my phone number. Call me if you need anything." Sei Ito said to Kinuhata Sai as he tore off a piece of paper, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Kinuhata Sai. Then he said to the three of them, including Haruki Mushin, "Okay, you guys rest. I'm leaving." After that, he waved at the three of them, turned around, and walked out of Haruki Mushin's dorm and rushed back to his own dorm. After a quiet night's rest, the next day, he continued his attack on the last few research institutes that participated in the Absolute Ability Project. However, when Sei Ito arrived at the research institute that he was going to destroy, it had already been destroyed. Judging from the traces left behind, the one who destroyed it was Misaka Mikoto, the LV-5 Esper in the original novel, Super Railgun. Since she's involved, then forget it. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to find Accelerator and see if the experiment is still going on. Sei Ito thought as he looked at the damaged building in front of him. After that, he stomped his feet and rushed back to his own dorm. The next day, Sei Ito used the excuse of going out to buy food to temporarily get rid of Index. While he was out, he once again used the nanomachines mixed into the suspension circuit to confuse the enemy's line of sight. Then, he used his electric discharge and electromagnetic abilities to infiltrate Academy City's network and found Accelerator's number. Beep beep. After finding the number, Sei Ito, who had recovered from the confusion, took out his phone and dialed the number he found just now. "Hey, hello." Accompanied by a light ring, a very impatient voice came from the phone. "Accelerator?" Sei Ito said. "Who are you?" Accelerator asked. "Have you forgotten the voice of the enemy who defeated you and humiliated you so quickly? It's really sad." Ito Sei, who was leaning against the glass wall of the phone booth, chuckled and teased. "It's you, you bastard." From Sei Ito's words, Accelerator completely understood who Sei Ito was. His tone was full of murderous intent. "Looks like you've remembered. Very good." Sei Ito gradually put away the chuckle on his face and said sternly, "Let me ask you, have you carried out that kind of boring experiment recently? Who do you think I am?" Accelerator replied arrogantly. "Stop pretending to be a big shot. You have no right now." Sei Ito said in a low voice. "You bastard." Even if he did not see it, He could imagine Accelerator's current expression. He was definitely gnashing his teeth and looking like he wanted to eat someone. Answer me. Have you carried out that kind of experiment recently? Seito asked again. Yeah, that kind of experiment is so interesting. Chasing down those puppets that can't fight back and killing them in a cruel way. That kind of feeling is so great, Accelerator said hysterically. Is that so? Seito said indifferently. That's right, Accelerator said, his voice full of pride. Chapter 850. Provoke me? It seems that you really want to die. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the phone, I'm provoking you, so what? Come on, you piece of trash. Accelerator taunted in a rampant tone. Okay, you wait. Seito sneered, then pressed the button to hang up and cut off the connection with Accelerator. Then, Seito selected the contact number of Underworld Soul Chaser from the phone again and dialed it. I'm the Underworld Soul Chaser. Soon, a slightly deep voice that gave people a sense of security came from the phone. Doctor, it's me, Seito. Seito said, It's you, what's the matter? Underworld Soul Chaser asked with confusion. I want to trouble the doctor to help me investigate whether the Absolute Ability Evolution Plan, after the Ability Mass Production Plan, is still being implemented. Is that okay? Seito said with some embarrassment. Seito was indeed embarrassed. After all, Underworld Soul Chaser was not related to him. He was a stranger, and he was already shameless enough to ask Underworld Soul Chaser to help bail out Harunsi Aikiyama. He didn't even do anything for him, but now he was begging Underworld Soul Chaser again. This was no longer a matter of being shameless, but it had reached the point of being shameless. Boy, what do you want to do? Do you know that it's very dangerous for you to continue like this? Underworld Soul Chaser was Underworld Soul Chaser after all. He didn't immediately refuse, but he scolded in a serious tone. I know it's very dangerous, but I can't stand it. Using innocent girls as experimental materials. I can't stand it. Seito said in a low tone. I know. I will help you investigate. Hearing Seito's words, Underworld Soul Chaser was silent for a while. Then he sighed slightly and said, Thank you, Doctor. Seito thanked him sincerely. Then, Seito continued with an embarrassed look. In addition, if I stop that plan, Doctor, please gather those experimental subjects and nurse them together. As far as I know, there are certain problems with the bodies of the experimental subjects. If he doesn't recuperate, he won't be able to live for long. All right. The Soul Chaser of the Underworld never found it troublesome to treat and save people, so he agreed without hesitation. Thank you. Seito thanked him again and hung up the phone. He then dialed Kinuhata Sai's number. Crack. Who is it? A soft sound was heard. Kinuhata Sai's cheerful voice sounded from the phone. It's me, Seito said. What is it? Kinuhata Sai, whose memory of Seito's voice was still fresh in her mind, changed her tone and asked weakly. Give me Takitsubu Riku's contact information. Seito went straight to the point. What are you trying to do? Kinuhata Sai's voice was clear as she asked cautiously. Ask her to help find someone. Of course, if it's possible, we'll also ask her to become our comrade. Seito replied. Then he urged her. Okay, hurry up and give me your contact information. Oh, Kinuhata Sai reluctantly agreed and then told Seito Takitsubu Riku's contact information. However, after Seito hung up the phone, Kinuhata Sai hesitated for a moment before sending a message to Takitsubu Riku that Seito wanted to find her. Speaking of which, Takitsubu Riku wasn't an ordinary person. According to the initial assessment, her ability tracking had the potential to become Academy City's 8th LV5 ability user. However, after a series of tests and observations, the higher-ups of Academy City gave up on her. However, in the original novel, when Takitsubu Riku went to Russia with Hamasaki, she restarted her path to the 8th LV5 ability user. In other words, in the entire Academy City, other than the crippled Kaneko Danshi, she had the highest chance of becoming an LV5 ability user. Hello. At this time, a lazy and weak voice sounded in Seito's ear. Takitsubu Riku? I'm Seito, the one who captured Kinuhara Sai and Frenda. I have something to talk to you about. Seito went straight to the point. What's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Takitsubu Riku sat up straight in her seat and said seriously, Have you seen Accelerator before? Seito didn't say why he was looking for her. Instead, he took the initiative to ask. No. Takitsubu Riku replied. Is that so? Then forget it. Seito said with a slightly disappointed face. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said to the silent Takitsubu Riku, I have a place here that can let you live a good life after you escape. Are you willing to come? Takitsubu Riku was silent. You don't have to rush to answer. You can take your time to think about it. Once you've made up your mind, call me. Seito said calmly. After that, he didn't bother with the silent Takitsubu Riku and hung up the phone. In the end, I still have to find Accelerator's whereabouts by myself. Seito sighed as he put away his phone. After that, Seito didn't stay in the phone booth and returned to his dormitory with the vegetables and fruits he bought. After comforting Inticus, who was unhappy because he didn't come back for a long time, he brought Inticus back to his dormitory with him. Ding-ling-ling-ling. At this moment, a phone rang. Hello. Seito got up and walked to the balcony to take out his phone and answered. I found out about the incident. Although the related research institutions involved in the project have been attacked by unknown people, the implementation of the project is still unstable. On the phone, the Underworld Soul Hunter said, Do you know the location and time of the experiment? Seito asked with a frown. It's in the parking lot near the intersection of School District 15 and School District 7. The time is 22 o'clock tonight. The Underworld Soul Hunter answered without hesitation, as if he had expected Seito to ask. Thank you, Doctor. Seito thanked him. Be careful. I don't want to see you in a miserable state in the hospital. The Underworld Soul Hunter said. Don't worry. Seito chuckled. When this is over, I have a surprise for you. I don't dare to accept your surprise. It might bring me more trouble. The Underworld Soul Hunter joked. I hope you won't regret it. Seito laughed. After that, Seito joked with the Underworld Soul Hunter for a while more before hanging up the phone with a solemn face. He stayed on the balcony in a daze until he was awakened by Indix's scream. At 9:10 p.m., Seito, who felt that it was about time, left the dormitory with the excuse that he had something to do. He quickly rushed to the experiment location that the Underworld Soul Hunter told him. Fortunately, the place was not far from where Seito lived. It only took him a little more than 10 minutes to reach the experiment site. It was 9:20 p.m., almost 9:30 p.m. There was still half an hour before the experiment began. Seeing this, Seito directly found a high spot with a relatively good view and sat down, waiting quietly. More than 20 minutes later, around 9:50 p.m., Accelerator, who was wearing grayish-blue canvas pants and a black and white tight short-sleeved t-shirt, walked into the experiment site with a ferocious face with his hands in his pockets. Whoosh! Right at this time, there was a soft whistling sound as a pebble flew towards the defenseless Fong Tong. However, the moment the pebble came into contact with Accelerator's body, the pebble was sent flying back to where it came from until it was caught by a palm. Hey, Accelerator, we meet again. Itose looked at Accelerator and said with a smile, It's you. Accelerator's red eyes flashed with killing intent as he said fiercely, It's me. Weren't you looking forward to meeting me in the phone call this morning? Now that I'm here, is there anything you want to say to me? Accelerator. Seito seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs as he walked step by step from the highest point to the ground. Of course there is. I really want to kill you right now. Accelerator leaned forward slightly, with a twisted smile on his face as he looked at Seito and said hoarsely. Without giving Seito a chance to speak, he immediately reached out to touch the metal object beside him. In an instant, the metal object shot out like a cannonball, shooting towards Seito at high speed. You've learned to be smart. Now you know how to talk to attract others' attention while using underhanded methods. But this method is useless against me. Ito stretched out one hand, wrapped his palm with psychokinesis, and grabbed the steel object that flew in front of him with one hand. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Catch. Then Ito twisted his waist and threw back the steel object he had just grabbed. Accelerator, who was already used to being hit, did not move his feet and continued to face the incoming metal object with his hands in his pockets. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and the metal object that hit Accelerator's body was sent flying back. But halfway through, Ito used his psychokinesis to control the metal object and sent it flying back towards Accelerator. Under Accelerator's counterattack, he used his psychokinesis to control the metal object to enter a deadlock with him. Creak, creak, creak. Under the force of the counterattack, the metal object made a strange sound, as if it was about to break. Dang! Finally, after half a minute of deadlock, the metal object exploded from the impact of the two forces and flew towards Accelerator. As expected, psychokinesis and vector control are two extremes. It's hard to tell who's stronger in a deadlock. Ito thought to himself. To be continued. Chapter 851. What's wrong? Is there no other way? Then go to hell. Seeing that his counterattack was still effective, unlike the previous time when it was completely ineffective, Accelerator said with a savage expression. After that, Accelerator moved his feet, kicking up the steel rails that were used by the city's autonomous trams, forming two long steel whips that flew towards Ito. As expected, you don't have a brain. Ito said disdainfully as he released his telekinesis to stop the steel rails in midair. With a thought, the rails that had been stopped earlier were like a dozen tentacles controlled by an invisible hand, smashing towards Fong Tong. At first, it was the same as before. Accelerator threw out all the steel rails, but after a while, when he instinctively threw them out again, a huge force suddenly acted on his body, causing him to fly back uncontrollably. Why? Accelerator spat out a mouthful of blood after flying more than 2 meters away and rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. His face was filled with madness and disbelief as he muttered to himself. You still haven't figured it out? Looks like your brain has turned rigid. Ito controlled a dozen steel rails to float in the air, making himself look like an evil boss as he walked towards one-way passage with a look of mockery. Pump! After saying that, Accelerator was hit by a steel rail again. This time, it was Accelerator's left ankle. In order to reduce the impact on your daily life, you must have set everything that is harmful to your body, except for the things that are necessary to your body, such as oxygen. My attack is specifically targeted at the anti-air you set. While explaining, Seiji said. Ito, who was still smashing Accelerator's left ankle with a steel rail, said indifferently. Ito said softly after stopping a meter away from the Accelerator, by borrowing your anti-attack law, I can stop the attack the moment it hits you, and then your anti-attack law will automatically determine the direction of the attack. In other words, my attacks have always been you attacking yourself. Asterisk crack. Asterisk at this moment, Accelerant, who had received countless hits from the same position, broke his left ankle. Finally, under the continuous force, it broke apart. Feeling the pain from his ankle, Accelerator screamed with a twisted expression. As expected, you can't calculate your counterattack when you're defending. Otherwise, why didn't you attack me after talking so much nonsense with you? Ito chuckled as he controlled the rail to attack Fong Tong's right ankle. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Let me shatter that ridiculous pride of yours. Ito said. After he finished speaking, he ignored Accelerator, who was staring at him with a ferocious expression like a man-eating beast. He focused on Accelerator's right ankle and used the principle of Kihara Numa to hit it. However, perhaps Ito had stimulated Accelerator too much, as he let go of his control over the anti-attack law and forcefully calculated all the necessary data before clenching his right fist. He then smashed it towards the ground. Pong! With a muffled sound, a high-speed whirlwind burst out from Accelerator's fist heading straight for Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito did not hesitate, other than leaving 2 rails to continue smashing at Accelerator's right ankle. He used his telekinesis to gather the rest of the rails together, forming a steel wall in front of the whirlwind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The whirlwind of gravel, sand, and debris hit the steel wall fiercely and made a messy sound when the two collided. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Accelerator hardened his heart. He clenched his fists and smashed them to his sides. In an instant, 2 whirlwinds similar to the previous whirlwind burst out from Accelerator's fist, circling around the steel wall in an arc, heading straight for Sei Ito's body. In the face of this attack, Ito Sei did not panic at all. He directly divided the steel wall into 2 and moved the 2 smaller steel walls to the left and right sides of his body, blocking the whirlwind that rushed straight toward him. Making use of this opportunity, Accelerator once again aimed his hands behind him, using a calculated vector to propel himself forward, charging straight for Sei Ito. Obviously, he wanted to get in front of Sei Ito when there was nothing in front of Sei Ito to block his path, then control the flow of blood in his body to kill him. However, while Accelerator's direction was good, he had neglected the 2 rails that were smashing at his ankle. The moment he left, the 2 rails split apart and arrived in front of Sei Ito. A steel rail appeared in front of Accelerator, blocking his attack. Another steel rail smashed into his back using the Kahara principle, knocking him to the ground. However, there was a flaw with Kahara's principle. This kind of self-reflection based on Accelerator's principle was not strong enough to kill him in one hit. Otherwise, with Sei Ito's control over the steel rails, he only needed to find an opportunity to smash Accelerator's head, and Accelerator would die here. Forget it, let's knock him out first. Otherwise, based on the current situation, it is very likely that Accelerator's black wing will come out. If that's the case, we will be in big trouble. After all, that is the power of the Sorcerous era that even the sages may not be comparable to. Looking at Accelerator's fierce eyes, Ito Sei thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Sei Ito continued to smash Accelerator's body with the steel rails to make him lose the ability to resist. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to envelop Accelerator's body, squeezing out the air within the range of the telekinesis to create an extremely itchy environment. Speaking of which, other than the mythological dynasty of ancient Egypt, the Sorcerous era is also a hierarchy within the Rosette Cross in the Third World. Sei Ito thought absent-mindedly. After a few minutes of hard work, Accelerator finally fainted due to the lack of itch in his brain. During this period, Accelerator also activated his defense several times, but in the end, he wasn't forced to the point where he completely lost control of his vector like in the original work. Therefore, he didn't activate his black wings, which even Ito Sei couldn't block with his current strength. This made Ito Sei a lot more relaxed. Should I kill him or not? Looking at Accelerator, whose feet had been smashed by him on the ground, Ito Sei couldn't help but hesitate. This was because he knew that killing Accelerator would be easy, but it was very likely that the moment he acted, the big boss behind the scenes would be forced to reveal himself. Academy City's director, Alistair, the Hangman. In the original novel, Alistair had directly appeared in Rush's territory in a quantum entanglement state and instantly killed Right Fire, one of the top bosses in the entire Forbidden World, with a single move, so he was no match for him at all. Forget it, a little impatience spoils great plans. Let's leave it at that. Sei Ito sighed after thinking for a moment. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, Sister Misaka, who was wearing Tokuwadai's summer school uniform, walked into the laboratory. Her eyes were blank, and she wore a pair of night vision goggles on her forehead. Yo! Sei Ito waved at Sister Misaka as he threw all the steel rails away from Accelerator. Hello. Sister Misaka greeted you politely. Sister Misaka looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly. What's your number? Sei Ito asked curiously. I'm Misaka number 9982, Misaka answered. 9,982? Sei Ito looked at Sister Misaka in shock. Yes. Misaka answered confidently. At the same time, she's doubtful about your hearing. Seito was speechless as he looked at Misaka's sister Misaka. He thought to himself, today is the 16th of August, but number 9982 was the one who was supposed to be killed on the 15th of August. In other words, the experiment was delayed by a day because of number 9973. I wonder if Misaka Makoto will come here like the original owner. Some people just couldn't help but wonder. Just as Seito finished his thought, the sound of running footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot. Misaka Makoto, who was wearing no goggles and had the same blank expression as Misaka's sister Misaka, ran into the laboratory anxiously. "It's you." Misaka Makoto exclaimed in shock when she saw Seito as soon as she entered the laboratory. Then, without any explanation, he asked, "Why are you here?" "Why are you here?" "That's why I'm here." Seito glanced at Accelerator, who was lying on the ground. Misaka Makoto finally saw the unconscious Accelerator from Seito's actions. "Who's that?" Misaka Makoto asked hesitantly. She had some guesses, but she still couldn't believe it. Codename Accelerator, the final subject of this experiment. Misaka's sister Misaka answered with certainty. Misaka's sister number 9982 said, "You defeated Accelerator?" Misaka Makoto looked at Seito in shock when she heard Misaka's sister's confirmation. "Yes," Seito admitted with a slight nod. He then turned to Misaka's sister number 9982 and asked, "Sister Misaka, didn't I call you last time? Why didn't you call me when the experiment was still going on? This is a job that we have to do since we were born. Everything has to be kept confidential, so we can't tell anyone outside the experiment." Misaka explained with a gloomy mood. To be continued. Chapter 852. P.S. Thank you to Wongit, Waning Moon Crazy, and Shirley for the precious moonflakes. Thank you to Nightdew AS1, 157747860, and Nickfinney for the tips. Don't worry about the experiment's confidential procedures. If the experiment continues in the future, just give me a call. I'll teach Accelerator a lesson, Seito ordered firmly. Then, his tone softened as he looked at Accelerator on the ground and continued. "But after this incident, I'm sure you'll stop that stupid experiment of yours." After that, Seito, Misaka Sis, and Misaka Makoto fell silent. "Thank you." Misaka Makoto thanked him sincerely after taking a sniff. "It's nothing. I just don't like to see ignorant girls being used as experimental subjects," Seito said nonchalantly. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Underworld Soul Chaser's number. "I'm Underworld Soul Chaser." Soon, Underworld Soul Chaser's comforting voice came from the phone. "Doctor, it's me. Arrange a room for me. I'll be sending a special patient over," Seito said directly. "Got it," Underworld Soul Chaser said calmly. "Come with me," Seito said to Misaka Makoto and Misaka Makoto after hanging up the phone. After that, he ignored the two of them. He walked up to Accelerator and squatted down. He carried Accelerator's body on his shoulder and walked out of the experiment field. Misaka Sis and Misaka Makoto, who had subconsciously treated Seito as their pillar of support, did not say anything. They followed him obediently and walked into the distance. About 20 minutes later, the three of them arrived at a certain university's third medical hospital where Underworld Soul Chaser was staying. They saw Underworld Soul Chaser waiting for them there. "Although I had some guesses when I picked up the phone, I didn't expect you to really defeat him. You're really something," Underworld Soul Chaser said emotionally as he looked at Accelerator, who was being pushed into the infirmary by a nurse. "It's just that my ability countered his ability. If it were any other ability, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Maybe I'll be the one who's dying and be sent to you instead." Seito shrugged nonchalantly. "You're humble." Underworld Soul Chaser looked at Seito and smiled. Then, he stopped smiling and continued, "I'll go treat him first. You guys can go back and rest." "No, I have something to trouble you with later. I'll stay here and wait for you." Ito shook his head slightly. "All right then." Mikoto, 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 and Mikoto, 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 and Misaka, Mikoto, Mikoto, Misaka, Mikoto, and Mikoto, Mikoto, Mikoto go. Then, hey, what are we doing here? After the underworld soul chaser disappeared, Yi Zichen asked. Misaka Mikoto turned to Seito and asked, "First of all, my name is not Hei. My name is Seito. Secondly, let's stay here and wait for the doctor to come out so that he can check on Misaka's sis," said Seito as he turned around and sat down on a bench. "Why do you need to check your body?" Misaka Mikoto glanced at her sister, who had been expressionless since the beginning, and turned to Seito with a puzzled look. Seito looked at Misaka Mikoto as if he was looking at an idiot. "Of course I'm here to check if there's anything wrong with Misaka Mikoto's body." Seeing Seito's expression, Misaka Mikoto blushed and turned her head away awkwardly. After that, Misaka Mikoto and her sister walked to the side and sat down. He waited quietly with Seito until the underworld soul hunter, who had healed Accelerator, reappeared 40 minutes later. "Follow me." He walked to Seito, Misaka Mikoto, and Misaka Mikoto's underworld soul hunter, who had stood up when he saw him. He then continued walking forward without stopping. Seeing this, Ito Sei and the other two did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to follow. A few minutes later, they arrived at a fully equipped infirmary. "She's the one, right?" Seito asked Misaka Mikoto as he turned on the lights and the equipment. "Yes," Seito confirmed with a nod. "Little girl, put on these clothes and lie down there." He took a dark green jumpsuit from the equipment and handed it to Misaka Mikoto's underworld soul hunter. Misaka Mikoto took the jumpsuit and placed it on the table. He walked to the side and placed it on a table. Then he took off his clothes in front of Ito Sei, Misaka Mikoto, and underworld soul seeker. Wait a minute." Misaka Mikoto's face turned red as she panicked and yelled. Then, Misaka Mikoto ran to Misaka Mikoto's side and said to Seito and underworld soul hunter, "Why aren't you guys turning around?" Seito and underworld soul hunter looked at each other and turned around with smiles on their faces with their backs facing Misaka Mikoto's underworld soul hunter. Misaka Mikoto dragged her sister to a corner and used a white coat as a curtain to change her clothes. She scolded her sister softly as she looked at Ito Sei and the underworld soul chaser, who had their backs facing them. Misaka Mikoto was reprimanding Misaka Mikoto in a low voice. Amidst the rustling, the Misaka sister quickly changed into her clothes and walked over to the inspection device pointed out by the underworld soul hunter. "It's done," Misaka Mikoto said. Hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, underworld soul hunter and Seito walked to the equipment and watched as Misaka Mikoto's underworld soul hunter operated the equipment to check Misaka Mikoto's body. After a while, with a beep sound, the examination ended. "How is it?" Misaka Mikoto asked underworld soul hunter, who was looking at the report nervously. "It's not looking good." Underworld soul hunter frowned. "What do you mean?" Misaka Mikoto's heart skipped a beat and asked. "Under normal circumstances, a person needs time to grow from birth to maturity. Even if there's an external force in the process, it can't be too excessive. Otherwise, it'll cause serious damage to the body." This theory can be applied to clones as well. The underworld soul hunter lifted his head to look at Misaka Mikoto, who was staring at him intently, and explained, "There are obvious signs of catalysis on this little girl's body. Moreover, the catalysis didn't care about her lifespan at all. That's why there are all kinds of dangerous factors in her body. She could mutate at any time due to an accident. She'll lose her life. Even if nothing happens, her lifespan won't exceed a year." At the end of his speech, the underworld soul seeker could not help but let out a long sigh. "How can this be? How can this be?" After listening to underworld soul hunter's explanation, Misaka Mikoto mumbled to herself in a daze. "Although this is a tricky problem, I don't think it'll be a problem for you, Doctor," Seito said after seeing Misaka Mikoto's reaction. After hearing Seito's words, Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up. Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up as she looked at the frog doctor in her heart soul hunter of the underworld with anticipation and nervousness. I can indeed heal her body, but her lifespan won't be restored for long. She'll probably only have 20 to 30 years left. Underworld soul hunter said confidently. 20 to 30 years is better than 1 year. What do you think, Mikoto? Ito said to Underworld soul hunter. He then turned to Misaka Mikoto and asked. Yes. Misaka Mikoto nodded. Misaka Mikoto, from today onwards, you will stay in this hospital and receive treatment from the doctor beside me. Seeing that Misaka Mikoto had agreed, Ito made the decision on behalf of Misaka Mikoto and Misaka Mikoto. Understood. Misaka Mikoto replied gratefully. Misaka Mikoto replied expressionlessly with her unique way of speaking. I'll leave her in your care, doctor. Ito looked at Underworld Soul Hunter again. Underworld Soul Hunter nodded and agreed to Ito's request. All right, now that Misaka Mikoto is settled, you should go back and rest. You should go back and rest. I remember that your Tokuwadai girls' school has a curfew. Ito turned to Misaka Mikoto and smiled. Oh no. Misaka Mikoto's heart had been filled with thoughts of Misaka Mikoto ever since she met her sister. She had completely forgotten about the curfew until now. Her expression changed drastically as she yelled at Mikoto. She then said to Misaka Mikoto urgently, "Stay here and receive treatment. I'll come and visit you when I have time. I'll be leaving now. Dr. Frog, I'll leave the child in your care. And Ito as well. Thank you." Misaka Mikoto waved at Underworld Soul Hunter and Ito as she ran out of the room. What about you? Why aren't you leaving? Underworld Soul Hunter turned to Ito and asked as he watched Misaka Mikoto leave. I'd like to enter the hospital from tomorrow onwards and learn from you. Underworld Soul Hunter asked. Ito replied with a serious expression. Why would you have such an idea? Underworld Soul Hunter asked with a surprised expression. It's because I've troubled you twice and I don't know how to repay you. After thinking about it, I think my ability might be of some use to you. That's why I want to enter the hospital and be your assistant. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Ito explained. I only helped you out of sympathy for the children. You don't have to do this. Underworld Soul Hunter shook his head slightly. Although you might be doing this out of sympathy, you'll still be a great help to me. I can't be so thick-skinned as to pretend that nothing happened. Ito said with determination. Underworld Soul Hunter stared at Ito quietly for a moment. He didn't see any hesitation on Ito's face. He sighed softly and said, Since you insist, then come. All right, I'll report to the hospital tomorrow. Ito smiled happily. Seeing this, Underworld Soul Seeker also laughed. After that, Ito stayed in the treatment room for a while longer before bidding farewell to Misaka's sister and Underworld Soul Hunter and returning to his dormitory. After returning home, Ito was naturally bitten by Index, who had been waiting for him for a long time and was worried about him. Index left a clear row of teeth marks on his arm. The next day, Ito brought Index to the 3rd medical hospital of a certain university as promised. After temporarily placing Index in an office assigned to him, Ito began to learn from Underworld Soul Hunter. With his experience as a medical ninja captain in Konoha, Ito quickly mastered the work in the hospital. Coupled with his photographic memory, which was comparable to perfect memory, and the application of psychokinesis in the medical field, Underworld Soul Hunter was amazed and even surprised. He began to guide Ito in the direction of becoming a good doctor. Just like that, one taught diligently while the other studied diligently. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, it was unknown whether it was because of the Underworld Soul Hunter, or because of Itsunari's destruction and battle record, or because the mastermind behind the scenes, Alistair, had other ideas, but the plan based on absolute ability users was finally frozen. After that, Underworld Soul Hunter, who received the news through a special channel, mobilized his power and transferred Rusty's sisters to Index. Index then began to manage their bodies. Ito turned his head to look out the window while listening to Index's playful conversation. Now, all that's left is Misaka Network's management desk, the last seat. I might as well save her tonight, he thought to himself. Index, I'm going downstairs to check on the patients. Ito, who acted on impulse, got up from his seat and walked to the door while speaking to Index. Oh, after a few days of getting used to Ito Cheng's sudden departure, Inticus, who had gotten used to it, nodded nonchalantly. Bang! Ito walked out of the office in a flash and closed the door behind him. Then, Ito walked slowly to another room in the third medical hospital that was used to house the Misaka sisters while the nurses greeted him. How do you feel? Ito asked the Misaka sisters. After the frog-faced doctor's treatment, I feel much better, the Misaka sisters replied. While they were speaking, the expressionless Misaka sisters even moved their hands and legs to show how they were feeling. Ito saw this and nodded with a smile. Then he said to the Misaka sisters, It's good that you feel good. Also, I heard from another channel that there's a superior individual among you. Do you know where she is? I'm going to save her as well. Ito continued. We don't know the exact location of the superior individual, the Misaka sisters said thoughtfully. Is that so? Then, do you remember which research institute you were in? Tell me its location. Ito frowned when he heard this, then asked again. This time, the Misaka sisters did not hesitate and quickly told Ito the name of the research institute they were in. Chapter 853. That night, after putting Inticus to sleep, Ito once again jumped out of his dorm's balcony and headed towards the research institute he learned from the Misaka sisters earlier in the day. He wasn't sure if it was for the convenience of the experiment or because Misaka Makoto was in School District 7, but the research facility used to create Misaka Makoto was also in School District 7. This saved Ito, the trouble of traveling in the middle of the night. Therefore, after a certain amount of time, Ito successfully arrived outside the experimental institution. As an intruder, there was no way he could use the main entrance. Therefore, Ito used his psychokinesis to lift his body to a window on the third floor. He opened the window with his psychokinesis and dashed into the research institute. Tisk, as expected of a research institute that does illegal work. Their defense mechanisms are quite strong. Infrared rays, cameras, patrolling robots, and special alarm systems are all here, Ito said as he locked the window and looked around the corridor. The so-called special alarm system was the same as the patrolling robots. They used their senses to lock onto an aptitude user's AIM diffusion field to prevent an aptitude user from invading. Other than the electric user's super electromagnetic gun, which Misaka Makoto could use to disable or deceive these devices, most aptitude users will be detected by the alarm system and expose themselves to failure. However, Ito was not an aptitude user who used his personal reality to develop himself in Academy City. There was no such thing as an AIM diffusion field around him. The one he had was disguised by the modified nanomachines. As long as he temporarily shut it down, it would return to its original state. There was no need to worry about being detected by the special alarm system. After eliminating one threat, Ito used his psychokinesis, absolute, and invisibility to seal his presence and hide the heat emitted from his body to fool the patrolling robots that were equipped with thermal sensors. Ito then used his special footwork to avoid the surveillance cameras and wandered around the research institute. The direction Ito was heading towards. It was the floor where Misaka Sis had told him about his initial spawn point. After walking carefully for a while, Ito finally arrived at the birthplace of the Misaka sisters. It was an empty floor with about 10 incubators in each room. Ito walked along the corridor and searched room by room. Would you like a drink? After searching through countless rooms, a woman's voice could be heard faintly from the corridor not far away. Thank you. Then, another soft female voice sounded. It's delicious, the soft voice praised. How much more information do you have to sort out? The voice from before asked. There's still a lot, the soft voice said in frustration. Hurry up and tidy up. That way, we can say goodbye to this plan for good, the first voice said encouragingly. Yes, the soft voice said excitedly. Then, the soft voice suddenly asked, Mei, do you think it's okay to give the final product to that man? It doesn't matter if it's okay or not. Once the final product is handed over, we don't have to be babysitters anymore. Isn't that easier? The woman named Mei said eagerly. That's right. The soft voice echoed without any opinion of its own. Hearing this, Ito frowned and thought to himself, has the final product been handed over? Who's the person who received it? Am I AO from the original work? Or someone else? Then, he stomped on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the two women's voices. He dashed into the room where the two women were. Before they could react, he knocked them out with a karate chop. Plop, plop. Following two loud thuds, the two women's bodies fell heavily to the ground. So it's the two of them. No wonder they're still tidying up in the middle of the night. Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the two women who had fainted on the ground. The two women on the ground were the researchers who were responsible for receiving the awakened Misaka sisters. They used the learning device to input their initial knowledge, cut their hair, dress them, and dress them up. Ito then walked to the two women and squatted down. He placed his hands on their heads and activated the Yamanaka family's secret technique to read their memories. Soon, the image of a cold man in a black suit carrying Misaka Mikoto, who was only wrapped in a beige cloth, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. There's no identification mark on them at all. In other words, I can't use this image to find the final product's whereabouts. It seems like I can only wait until the final product leaves on its own. Or maybe my AO will take over and retrieve it. Ito thought to himself as he used his hypnosis ability and mental sensing ability to modify the two women's memories. He then woke them up and left the research institute using the same path he came from. Since it wasn't difficult for Ito to enter, it didn't take long for him to leave. Ito successfully left the research institute building and rushed back to his dorm. The days after that went back to normal. Every day, he would bring Inticus to the third medical hospital of a certain university. While learning modern medical technology from the underworld's soul-chasing technique, he gradually let go of his responsibilities and started to treat patients independently. At night, he would bring Inticus back to the dormitory and cook her favorite Chinese food for her to eat. During this time, there were no incidents of sorcerers coming to his door, nor were there any conflicts with the black ops of Academy City. It was very peaceful. However, Ito didn't stay idle for too long. After all, he still had to deal with the final product. Therefore, other than using his electromagnetic control ability to hack into the network when no one was paying attention to find Fangchuan Kikyo, he also paid attention to the situation on the streets when he was shopping with Inticus. He wanted to see if he was lucky enough to run into the final product that had left. On this day, in the morning of August 28th, as a special wave approached him and was blocked by the Rubik's Cube's instinctive defense, Ito frowned and sat up from the ground. Achung. Inticus, who was still asleep, murmured with a blissful smile on her face. Clearly, the Ito that appeared in her dream was a delicious meal and nothing else. However, Ito, who turned his head to look at her because of her cry, tensed up and stood up from the ground with a face full of astonishment. At this time, Inticus, who was lying on the bed, no longer had her original petite body. Instead, she had turned into his classmate come class monitor's blue-haired earrings. The fallen angel incident. Seeing this, Ito, who had already figured out what was going on, murmured to himself. Then, he sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll have to endure Inticus's different body and mind for the next 2 days. In order to prevent Inticus from biting him and making him feel uncomfortable, Ito tried his best to control himself. He didn't want Inticus to feel that his behavior was too abrupt, but he also tried his best to satisfy Inticus's needs. Therefore, after a day and a half of hard work, that is, on the evening of August 29th, along with another strange wave, Inticus's body finally returned to its original appearance. Ito was greatly relieved. August 30th, after going through his past memories again, Ito traced the time and place of the last item's appearance. Once again, when no one was paying attention, He used electromagnetic control to invade the city's network, especially the street surveillance system in School District 7. He browsed through all the street surveillance footage, especially the content related to fast food restaurants. After carefully browsing for a while, a petite figure wrapped in a tattered quilt appeared in front of Saito. Finally found her. I can't give her a chance to come in contact with Accelerator. I'll go and bring her back now, Saito thought to himself. Inticus, this way. Then, Saito called out to Inticus and led her to the location of the last item at a normal speed. A moment later, Saito and Inticus appeared on the street where the last item was located. Then, Saito walked all the way to the last item without stopping. The last item, who was walking with her head lowered, did not notice that two people had suddenly appeared in front of her. She bumped into Saito's body and was pushed to the ground by the force of the impact. She let out a very cute cry of pain. "Are you okay, little sister?" Inticus, who is usually very caring, walked up to the last item and extended his right hand in front of her, asking gently, "I'm fine, Misaka. The last item reached out and held Inticus's hand to stand up. She looked at Inticus with a cute smile and answered in a way that was different from other Misaka sisters. "Ah, a big discovery," Misaka said in surprise. Then, when she saw the face of the person who bumped into her, a strand of hair on her forehead jumped slightly, and she exclaimed loudly. Then, she let go of Inticus's hand, took a step back, and bowed to Saito. Misaka sincerely thanks you for saving her life." "It's nothing, I just did what I should do." Saito leaned forward and put his hand on the last item's head with a smile. "Gulu gulu." At this moment, a strange sound came from the last work's stomach. Chapter 854. Are you hungry? Let's go. I'll take you to get something to eat, Saito said gently with a smile as he looked at Last Work, who was embarrassed. "Thank you so much," Misaka thanked him happily. At the same time, she's convinced that the person in front of her is a good person, Last Work said with stars in her eyes. Ito-sei smiled and reached out to hold Last Work's hand. He then led her and Inticus, who had a puzzled look on his face, to the nearest fast food restaurant. "Ah-chung, what were you guys talking about?" Index, who could not hide his feelings, asked angrily. "Do you still remember those Misaka sisters we met in the hospital?" Ito-sei looked at Inticus and said, amused, "Are you talking about those ice beauties?" Index asked in confusion. As for how Index addressed the Misaka sisters, it all started when he accidentally followed Saito into the special infirmary and met the Misaka sisters. In the beginning, Index was angry that Saito knew so many Misaka sisters. However, after spending some time with them, Index thought that the expressionless, emotionless, and good-looking Misaka sisters were the most perfect girls he had ever seen. That was why he gave them such a nickname. Then, he turned to look at Last Work, who was being held by Saito, as if he had thought of something. "Now that you mention it, she does look like them. She's just a little smaller. Misaka just hasn't grown up yet. She's not small at all." Misaka refuted with all her might. Upon hearing Inticus's words, Misaka looked at Inticus angrily. "Then why are you different from them?" Index asked curiously. "Because Misaka is a superior individual. It's a safety device for all inferior individuals. That's why Misaka's growth method is different from the inferior individuals. That's why she looks so small." Misaka tried her best to explain. Misaka did not seem to care about the dark and gloomy message hidden in her words. She continued her statement as if nothing had happened. "Oh, other than knowing that her final work was different from the other Misaka sisters, Inticus didn't really understand what she was talking about." At this moment, a fast food restaurant appeared in front of Saito, Inticus, and the Last Work. Then, the three of them picked up their pace and walked into the fast food restaurant. The three of them casually chose an empty seat by the window and sat down. "What would you like to order?" The moment Saito, Inticus, and the last work sat down, a pretty waitress in a red and black uniform walked up to them and asked, before Seito could say anything. Inticus, who was holding the menu in his hand, could not wait to order. And with her appetite, naturally, he ordered a lot of food that she wanted to eat. In addition to what she ordered just now, give her a bowl of pork ribs with rice, Seito added. All right. The waiter nodded and returned to the counter to report the dishes they had ordered to the kitchen. Oh, right. Why are you here alone? Seito asked the last work, who was sitting opposite her. The new lab is so boring. Plus, there's no one to talk to. I just found out about the situation outside from the inferior's memory, so I ran out. Misaka explained embarrassedly. Hanako stuck her tongue out at Ito's Seiji and whispered, What are you going to do next? Will you still be in the lab? Seito asked. Can you provide me with food and shelter? Misaka looked at him with a pitiful expression. I hope you can sympathize with me. The last work looked at Seito with watery eyes. Don't say what you're thinking. It won't work if you say it out loud. Seito sighed. Can't I? Misaka is trying harder to look pitiful to get you to change your mind. The last work said, Sure, there's still some space in the house for you to live in. Before Seito could say anything, Inticus, who was full of love again, answered as if it was a matter of course. Really? Misaka is looking at you expectantly. She wants to get a positive answer from you, the last work said. Emichim, Ito-sei, who already had the intention to bring the final work home, was more than happy to see Inticus agree. A dangerous look immediately appeared on his face as he nodded to confirm. Yay! The last work cheered happily. In the end, Suixiong chatted with Inticus and Ito-sei until the waiter returned with a pile of food. Then, the three of them buried their heads in the food and started eating. This is the first time I've eaten something hot. Misaka is so happy, the last work said in a muffled voice after putting a mouthful of pork ribs and rice in her mouth. Eat up. You'll be able to eat something hot every day from now on, Seito said with a smile as he picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them on the last work's plate. Really? Misaka asked expectantly. MHM. Seito replied with a nod. The last work cheered after receiving a positive answer. She lowered her head and continued to enjoy the piping hot pork ribs and rice. However, just as she finished 2/3 of the rice, the last work suddenly lost consciousness and fainted on her seat due to the unfinished treatment. Hey, what's wrong? Inticus hurriedly asked out of concern. Ito Seijin stood up and walked to Inticus's side to give him a final checkup. It seems that even though I've restricted the growth of his body and used other methods to repair it, the burden on his body is still very great. It seems that I'll have to trouble the underworld soul hunter again. Seito then turned to look at the worried Inticus and comforted him. It's okay. She might have been starved for too long and fainted because of a lack of nutrition. She'll be fine after some rest. Oh, Inticus only relaxed after hearing Seito's comforting words. He then mindlessly threw himself back into the battle of eliminating food. After a while, Inticus rubbed his round belly contentedly and leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look on his face. Keep an eye on her. I'm going to the washroom, Seito said as he stood up. Inticus didn't say anything. He merely nodded with narrowed eyes and agreed. Amaye-o, huh? You're pretty patient, but I won't give you the chance to put a virus in the last work's head again. Seito muttered to himself as he left the seat and walked toward the washroom. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the middle-aged man who had been staring at their table for quite some time. Compared to the original work where the last work was directly thrown into the fast food restaurant by Accelerator, this time, the last work had Inticus by her side. Therefore, even though time was tight, Amaya Ao didn't want to take the risk and didn't enter the fast food restaurant to take the last work away. Instead, he remained in the car, waiting for an opportunity. Just as he was suffering, Seito, who used the excuse of going to the washroom as an excuse, walked out of the fast food restaurant from the back door of the fast food restaurant and went around to the side of his car. He opened the car door with psychokinesis and sat in the passenger seat. Amaya Ao was shocked and panicked. He then knocked Amaya Ao out with a palm strike. Seito then moved his palm down and pressed it on Amaya Ao's chest, leaving a backup plan in Amaya Ao's heart with psychokinesis. He then got out of the car and returned to the fast food restaurant, returning to the table where Inticus and the last work were sitting. "Let's go," Seito said. "Okay." A foodie was a foodie after all. Inticus nodded in agreement after a short while. Seito stepped forward and carried the last work, who was still unconscious, on his back. He then took Inticus back to his dormitory to rest. As for the unlucky Amaya Ao, not long after Seito and Inticus left, he suddenly had an acute myocardial infarction and died in his car with a painful expression. A few hours later, when it was almost dusk, the last work finally woke up from her coma. After that, the last work, who had regained her vitality, found everything new and interesting. Together with Inticus, who had finally found a companion, they started fooling around in the room. Especially after the kitten Sphinx joined in, things got even more out of hand. Fortunately, this was only the first time. Whether it was the final work or Inticus's, both of them felt that it was very refreshing. They had a lot of energy that they wanted to release. Although they would still be fooling around the next day, they definitely wouldn't be as crazy as today. After fooling around for several hours, the sweaty Inticus and the last work finally stopped. They walked into the bathroom of the dormitory together and took a shower together. At this time, Seito, who finally remembered that there were no clothes for the last work in the dormitory, said goodbye to Inticus and left the dormitory. He went to a nearby shopping mall that was still open and bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes for the last work to change into. After buying the clothes, Seito bought some snacks for Inticus and the last work to eat and returned to the dormitory. The two who came out of the shower were very happy to see these things. After playing together for a while, they climbed into bed and fell asleep. Looking at the two who slept without caring about what would happen after, Seito smiled helplessly. He activated his psychokinesis and cleaned up the room. After cleaning up the room, he also took a shower and returned to the bedroom to rest on the floor. The moon set and rose. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the 31st day of August. This morning, Seito still brought Inticus to the 3rd medical hospital of a certain university. Today, apart from the two of them, the last work also came to the hospital with them. Chapter 855. Author's Note. Thanks to Dreyer, NXCX, Nickfany, and Night Road AS1 for their tips. After arriving at the hospital, Seito placed Index and the last work that would appear today or in the future in the office assigned to him by the Underworld Soul Hunter. Then he changed into a doctor's white coat and went to the lower floor to start his shift. However, not long after Seito left the office, Index brought the last work out of the office as well. Following the route that he took when he followed Seito to the special treatment room last time, he arrived at the special treatment room and met the inferior individuals of the last work, the Misaka sisters. With the existence of a last work, the special treatment room could not be left alone. However, Seito and the Underworld Soul Hunter had yet to discover this, so they could do whatever they wanted. Fortunately, they knew that this was an important medical facility that was specifically used to treat the sisters. Therefore, they were careful and did not cause any damage. On the other hand, after receiving a few patients, Seito's phone suddenly rang, interrupting his work. "Hello." Seito held the phone between his face and shoulder as he pressed the stethoscope against the male patient's body. "Seito, can you come to Tokawada University now?" Misaka Makoto's voice was heard from the phone. She sounded shy and muffled. "Is it urgent?" Seito put away the stethoscope and asked with a frown. "It's urgent. It's best if you can come over immediately," Misaka Makoto said urgently. "All right then. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon," Seito replied. "Remember to be quick," Misaka Makoto said worriedly. "Okay," Itose responded, then hung up the phone and put away the receiver. "Your body is fine. Go back and rest. Drink more water and you'll be fine." Seito looked at the man in front of him and smiled. Is that so? Thank you, doctor. The male patient was relieved and thanked the doctor. Meili, send the patient out. Also, tell the patient outside to wait for a moment, Seito said to the nurse beside him. Okay, doctor. The young nurse named Meili nodded. Then, he led the patient out of the consultation room. Then, Seito also stood up from his seat. He followed the nurse, Meili, and the male patient out of the consultation room. He found another doctor who had nothing to do to take his place. After that, Seito returned to his office and prepared to explain the situation to Inticus and Fina. However, when Seito returned to his office, Index and his final work were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Seito had no choice but to take out his phone again. She dialed a certain time when she was out on the street. He had taken the time to buy a cell phone for Inticus. Hello, this is Inticus. Inticus, who had only used a cell phone a few times, still sounded a little flustered. Where are you and Fina? Seito asked. In the treatment room you went to last time, with the ice beauties, Inticus replied. At the same time, a faint sound of playfulness, especially the laughter of the final work, came from the phone. Is that so? Then you guys can have fun there first. I have to leave for a while, and we'll be back later. If there are any problems, call me or look for the round-faced doctor I saw last time, Seito said. Got it. Index, who was already used to Seito leaving at the drop of a hat, replied firmly. After that, Seito gave Index a few more instructions and hung up the phone. He put away his phone, took off his white coat, and left the third hospital of a certain university in casual clothes. He then took an autonomous bus to the campus area where Tokuwadai Girls' School was located. 10 minutes later, Seito successfully arrived at the entrance of Tokuwadai Girls' School. I'm here, where are you? Seito took out his phone and called Misaka Mikoto. Wait, I'll be right there. Misaka Mikoto said hurriedly as if she was relieved and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Misaka Mikoto, who was wearing the Tokuwadai Girls' School uniform and had a stiff smile on her face, walked out of Tokuwadai Girls' School together with a handsome young man who was wearing off-white trousers, a white shirt, and a khaki-colored long-sleeve V-neck sweater. The exposed collar and cuffs of the shirt were tightly buttoned. He had a gentle and sunny expression, giving people the impression that he came from a good family. Behind the two of them, the windows of the Tokuwadai Girls' School dormitory were mostly open. Many young girls of different appearances poked their heads out of the windows and whispered to Misaka Mikoto and the man who were walking together. So that's how it is. The incident with Hikari. I didn't expect that I would become Shoujo Toma's replacement. I wonder if this fake Hikari's main assassination target was Shoujo Toma, or me, the random intruder who walked together with a sex index. Itose squinted his eyes and looked at Hayuan Mitsuki, who looked like a prince on a white horse. After a short walk, Misaka Mikoto and the fake Haihara Mitsuki finally walked out of Tokuwadai Girls' School. Misaka Mikoto looked around and locked onto Seito, who was standing not far away. She greeted Haihara Mitsuki and ignored the Tokuwadai Girls' School's motto of being a lady at all times. She ran to Seito's side and held on to Seito's arm as if they were lovers. The moment Misaka Mikoto held onto Seito's arm, a loud commotion could be heard from the Tokuwadai girls' dormitory. Don't say anything. I'll arrange everything. Follow me. Misaka Mikoto put on a happy expression and gritted her teeth. She then dragged Seito away from Tokuwadai Girls' School. I say, what are you trying to do? Seito asked Misaka Mikoto, who was sitting next to him. He was on a tram heading towards the center of Sector 7 with Misaka Mikoto. Misaka Mikoto laughed awkwardly. Then she asked with embarrassment and shyness, please put on a show with me today. Pretend to be my boyfriend and deceive the boy you saw just now. Tell him not to pester me anymore. As a reward, I can treat you to a meal. I didn't expect it to be such a vulgar act. Really? Seito shook his head speechlessly. He didn't wait for Misaka Mikoto to be angered by his words and asked, but then again, Tokuwadai Girls' School is an all-girls school, right? Shouldn't unrelated males be banned from entering? Why did he walk out with you? That's right under normal circumstances. But that guy is the grandson of the chairman of Tokawadai Girls' School. So that rule doesn't apply to him. Misaka Makoto explained helplessly. So he's a rich third generation. Seito nodded in realization. Both of them couldn't find a topic to talk about and fell silent. After a while, Misaka Makoto finally broke the silence. She asked softly, "My sisters, how are they doing now?" After this period of adjustment, I've made a lot of adjustments. The first stage of adjustment is about to end. It basically saved the sisters' lives and allowed them to live a healthy life for the time being. As for the second and third stage of extending their lives, it will take a long time. However, it will take a long time to slowly adjust. Ito-sei turned his head to look at the slowly receding street scene outside the car window and stated slowly. However, according to the Underworld Soul Hunter, the upper echelons of Academy City believe that it's a problem to have so many sisters living in Academy City. So they've decided to transfer most of the sisters to their respective organizations for follow-up adjustments, leaving only 10 sisters in Academy City for follow-up adjustments. Itsunari then changed the topic and continued to explain. Is that so? Misaka Makoto murmured. Do you want to go see them later? Seito turned his head to look at Misaka Makoto and asked softly. Yeah. Misaka Makoto replied softly. The two of them fell into silence again. 10 minutes later, Seito and Misaka Makoto got off the tram and started strolling on the street like a couple. However, as time went by, Misaka Makoto seemed to have forgotten about her acting. She was completely engrossed in her own interests. When she remembered that Ito-sei was still beside her, she awkwardly explained and hurried off to the next location. Hey, I'm gonna buy some fruit juice. What flavor do you want? Misaka Makoto stopped by a bench and asked Ito-sei, probably because she was tired. As long as it's not coffee or any other special flavor, just a simple juice is fine. Seito lowered his body and sat on the bench. Got it. Misaka Makoto replied and ran away from Seito. She went to a nearby convenience store to buy some juice. Today was the 31st of August, the last day of summer break. There were too many students rushing out to have fun before school started. So, there was a long line in front of Misaka Makoto at the convenience store. Just as Misaka Makoto left, a dog with a leash around its neck ran past Seito. Then a 5 or 6-year-old boy and Hayuin Mitsuki, whom Seito had met before, appeared in front of him. They were both chasing after the dog. Just as Hayuin Mitsuki ran past them, his gaze coincidentally fell on Seito. He stopped running and walked toward Seito. Nice to meet you. How should I address you? Hayuin Mitsuki, who looked like a weak young man, asked Ito-sei with a smile. Seito replied. My name is Hayuin Mitsuki, Hayuin Mitsuki said. I know, Seito asked. Why are you looking for me? Are you Miss Misaka's friend? Hayuin Mitsuki asked boldly. Do you care? Seito looked at Hayuin Mitsuki with interest. Yes, it's a matter of course for the men around the person I like, Hihara Mitsuki said straightforwardly, and then sat down next to Ito-sei. What answer do you want to hear? The expected answer? Or the unexpected answer? Seito glanced at Hayuin Mitsuki and asked. No matter what the answer is, I won't change my mind, Hayuin Mitsuki said without hesitation. You're quite the infatuated person, Seito said calmly and paused for a while before continuing. But it's useless for you to tell me this. The key is to make Makoto like you. All right, Makoto is coming back. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Seito got up from his seat and greeted Misaka Makoto, who had just returned with a cold drink under Hayuin Mitsuki's gaze. Why is that guy here? Misaka Makoto quickly ran back to Seito's side and looked at Hayuin Mitsuki, who was sitting not far away. It's just a coincidence. Seito took the cold drink from Misaka Makoto and said, but that guy is really infatuated. He told me that no matter what the result is, he won't change his mind. So, do you want to reconsider? At the end of his sentence, Itomori looked at Misaka Makoto beside him. What nonsense are you talking about? Misaka Makoto's face turned red as she panicked and shouted. After that, The two of them returned to their previous state and strolled on the streets. They didn't stop until noon. I'll queue up. You can find a place to stay. I'll decide what to eat. You don't have any objections, right? Misaka Makoto said as she looked at the crowded food delivery stand. Let's queue up together, Ito said as he was also looking at the food delivery stand. It's fine. I'm the one who dragged you here today. I should at least serve you, Misaka Makoto said as she ran to the food delivery stand and squeezed into the crowd. Ito did not say anything. He turned around and walked to a green area covered by a large tree. He lowered his body and sat on the low metal fence to prevent pedestrians from stepping on it. Not long after Ito sat down, Hayuen Mitsuki's figure appeared in front of him again. Looks like I've been targeted, Ito said as he raised his eyebrows. Before Hayuen Mitsuki could say anything, Ito took the lead and said in surprise, You're Hayuen Mitsuki? Hayuen Mitsuki was stunned by Ito's reaction. He replied instinctively, Yes. Since you're here, who's the person I saw just now? Ito pretended to be puzzled as he turned around. He then looked at Hayuen Mitsuki and asked, Are you sure you don't have a twin brother? No, I'm the only child in my family. Hayuen Mitsuki shook his head and answered. He then looked at Ito doubtfully and asked, May I ask, does that person really look like me? How is that similar? They're exactly the same. Even the clothes they're wearing are exactly the same. Ito replied seriously. To be continued. Chapter 856. Did he enter that shop? Hayuen Mitsuki turned to look at the crowded takeout stall and said, Yes. Ito lied through his teeth. Of course, it wasn't a complete lie. Based on the power of the world's correction ability, it was very likely that Yuara Hiroshi would rush into the shop and inform Misaka Makoto about the attack on him, reminding her to be careful. That person who looks like me walked into the shop, and Misaka Makoto is also in the shop, isn't she? This makes me very uneasy. Haihara Mitsuki said with a worried expression as he looked back and forth between Ito and the takeout stall. Some of the espers in this city have the ability to change their appearance. As the name suggests, they can change their face and body into someone else's. However, it said that it's impossible to change one's genetic level. So for Misaka Makoto's safety, can you go to the shop and check it out? Hayuen Mitsuki's gaze fell on Ito's say, and he pleaded with a worried expression. All right, Makoto is still a famous name in Academy City. Perhaps there really is someone with ulterior motives who pretended to be you to get close to her. Ito said with a frown as he stood up from the green belt's iron fence. He quickly walked past Haihara Mitsuki and headed towards Misaka Makoto's food delivery stall. However, just as Ito took 2 steps, Haihara Mitsuki's voice came from behind him. He said with a strange tone, Seriously, it's not easy to deceive someone without exposing yourself. Then, a sense of danger spread from his back to Ito-sei's heart. Sensing the danger, Ito-sei's upper body immediately leaned forward and dodged the stab of the obsidian dagger in Hikari's hand. The surface of the dagger was crisscrossed with crisscrossing lines. It looked like a simple polished dagger, but it had not been processed at all. It still maintained the original messy edges and corners of the stone. At the same time, he lifted his left foot and kicked at the vital point between the fake Haihara Hiroshi's legs with his heel. Although the fake Haihara Hikari was a magician, he also had some physical skills, so he jumped back the moment Ito kicked. He dodged the attack that could have turned him into a eunuch. Then he flicked his wrist. A bright white light shot out from the obsidian dagger in Hikari's hand and shot towards Ito. The spear of Toriwiska Bantakitori, huh? Ito thought to himself as he activated his telekinesis to move his body away from the spot. Then Ito stomped on the ground as if he was stepping on an invisible ground. His body fiercely rushed towards Hikari. Seeing this, Hayuen Mitsuki rolled away. He immediately rolled away from Ito. Then, it continued to reflect the light of Venus on his Ito. At this time, Ito, who was in mid-air, suddenly turned around in a way that defied the laws of physics. While continuing to rush towards the fake Haihara Hikari, he reached out to Hikari Hikari and used his telekinesis to imprison his body. In the absolutely pitiful world, it was as high as LV7. In the magic forbidden world, it was as high as LV5. Hikari Hikari's body seemed to be in a small and sealed invisible prison. He could not move his body except for his eyes. Bang! The next moment, Sei Ito, who rushed in front of the fake Haihara Hikari, punched the fake Haihara Hikari's abdomen heavily. Under the huge force of the punch, the fake Haihara Hikari's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then, Sei Ito, who realized that the fight between the two had attracted the attention of passersby, snatched the fake Haihara Hikari's Torahuiska Bontic Atori spear replica. It was a black dagger made of obsidian. Sei Ito then used his telekinesis to imprison the fake Haihara Hikari's body while using his telekinesis to drag him away from the sidewalk and into an alley not far away. They gradually went deeper into the alley where there was no one. Bang! After reaching a place where there was no one, Sei Ito used his telekinesis to push the fake Haihara Hikari against the wall. The powerful telekinesis pressure directly pressed the fake Haihara Hikari against the solid cement wall, creating a circular depression with a diameter of about 180 centimeters. This thing should be a magic item, right? Sei Ito, who was playing with the obsidian dagger, looked at Haihara Hikari and said. Then, without waiting for Haihara Hikari to reply, he continued to question him. Speak. Why did you, a magician, disguise yourself as Haihara Hikari to get close to Misaka Mikoto? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with magic, right? After he finished speaking, Sei Ito used his telekinesis to lessen the pressure on Haihara Hikari's head so that he could answer. I didn't expect this to be the first question you would ask in this situation. The fake Haihara Hikari, who could now speak, looked at Sei Ito mockingly. It seems like you don't understand how dangerous your actions are. Not only did you take possession of the 103,000 grimoires, but you also took over Tokuwadai's level 5 Esper, as well as the British Puritan magician and other talents to your side through Kamijutoma. The world of magic and the world of science are two different worlds that can't be reconciled, but you're familiar with the structure of both worlds. You can almost be considered as a group. The group I belong to is very afraid that a new force like you will destroy the balance of power in the world. Then, the fake Haihara Hikari said in a self-deprecating tone, That's why I was sent here. However, my initial mission wasn't to disguise myself or kill anyone. I've only been here for less than a month, and it was only a week ago that I transformed into myself. My initial mission was just to monitor. As long as I'm sure you won't affect the balance of power, I'll report it to the higher-ups and the mission will be over. But you're too dangerous. Just based on the information I received, you've already destroyed a few during the summer break. Not only that, you can't be bought, controlled, or negotiated with money or pressure. Your actions are completely based on your own emotions and decisions. With such a huge and unstable force, the people of the organization won't just sit by and watch. The fake Haihara Hikari glared at Sei Ito and continued to speak. Now, my target is no longer an individual, but all the members of the organization. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to destroy the balance of power. After saying that, the fake Haihara Hikari stopped speaking as if he had finished venting his anger and stood there panting heavily. Looks like I can't keep you alive. Sei Ito sighed softly. Sei Ito wasn't a good person like Takuma Kamiju, who fantasized about a perfect ending without sacrificing anyone. Naturally, he didn't have Takuma Kamiju's power and charisma to influence the fake Haihara Hikari and make him betray the Academy City Black Ops to silently protect the world that Misaka Mikoto lived in. Therefore, Sei Ito's current plan was to kill this fake Haihara Hikari. Of course, if the situation changed, Sei Ito didn't mind sparing the fake Haihara Hikari's life. But before I kill you, I have a question for you. Sei Ito raised his head again and looked at the fake Haihara Hikari who was bound to the wall by his psychokinesis. If I let you go, are you willing to betray your original organization and stay in Academy City to protect Mikoto's world? What do you mean? The fake Haihara Hikari who was prepared to die was stunned and asked subconsciously. To me, it doesn't matter whether I kill you or not. Although killing you might deter the people behind you and make them stop, it might also lead to revenge. However, it might also provoke the person behind you to take revenge and send a new assassin to deal with us. I don't care about that, but Misaka Mikoto is a little troublesome. Therefore, I'm going to see if you're willing to accept the mission of secretly protecting Misaka Mikoto. Seito said calmly. Why? Aren't you afraid that I'll find another opportunity to attack you after you let me go? Haihara Hikari frowned and asked in confusion. Let me ask you, do you really like Misaka Mikoto? Seito didn't answer the fake Haihara Hikari's question and changed the topic. Yes, the fake Haihara Hikari answered without hesitation. That's why I believe that you won't attack me again in order to protect Misaka Mikoto's world. Of course, if you betray me, I don't mind defeating you again and burning your bones to ashes. But at that time, Mikoto's world will no longer be the same as it is now. Seito said while twirling the obsidian dagger in his hand. Hearing this, the fake Hayuan Hiroshi couldn't help but fall silent. Seito didn't rush him and continued twirling the obsidian dagger in his hand. I understand. After a short while, the fake Haihara Hikari said in a deep voice. Seito didn't hesitate to withdraw his psychokinesis from the fake Haihara Hikari and restored his body. But at the same time, you must protect Misaka Mikoto's world. The fake Haihara Hikari said to Seito after straightening his body. Of course. Seito nodded. He tossed the obsidian dagger back to the fake Haihara Hikari and walked out of the alley towards Misaka Mikoto's original location. Coincidentally, Ito-sei, who had not walked far, bumped into Misaka Mikoto, who had somehow managed to find this place. Are you kidding me? Misaka Mikoto asked when she saw Seito. Chapter 857. I'm fine, Seito replied with a smile. Oh yeah, where's that guy? Misaka Mikoto peeked over Seito's shoulder and asked. Who? Seito pretended to be confused and asked. Hayuan Mitsuki, where's he? Misaka Mikoto retracted her gaze and looked at Seito. He's already gone back, and he seemed pretty disappointed. I don't think he'll bother you anymore, Seito replied. Is that so? Misaka Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. Are we still going to keep up the pretense? Seito asked Misaka Mikoto with a smile on his face. Since we've already chased him away, there's no need to continue. Misaka Mikoto's face blushed as she shook her head in hesitation and disappointment. However, Misaka Mikoto was still Misaka Mikoto. She quickly regained her composure and walked out of the alleyway. All right, as a reward for helping me solve this problem, I'll treat you to a good meal. As Misaka Mikoto walked away, Ito-sei turned to look at the corner of the alley and followed her with a smile on his face. Not long after Seito left, the fake Hayuan Mitsuki walked out of the alleyway with an obsidian dagger in his hand. He stared at Seito and Misaka Mikoto's disappearing silhouettes. On the other hand, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei walked out of the alley and had lunch together at a nearby fast food restaurant. After that, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei parted ways with Misaka Mikoto. Then, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei returned to his office in the third medical hospital of a certain university. After putting away the takeout, Ito-sei changed into his white coat and returned to the consultation room downstairs to continue his work as a doctor. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 31st of August at 4 in the afternoon. At the same time, on a deserted street, a tall man dressed in a neat black suit walked forward silently, even in the hot weather of late August and early September. The man was muscular, and his muscles were obvious even through his shirt. Not a single drop of sweat could be seen on his body despite the hot weather. In addition, he was wearing a full black suit, had a solemn face, and a tall figure that was rare among Asians. All of this showed that this man was not an ordinary person. At least from his appearance, he had the aura of a member of the underworld or someone in a dangerous job. If Ito-sei were here at this moment, he would immediately understand that the people who came to cause trouble for him because of Inticus had appeared again. Because this man was the Easter magician who came to Academy City on the last day of summer vacation because of a woman who was cursed by the forbidden path. He came to Academy City to steal the forbidden book catalog and find a way to break the curse. Yes, it's still far away, Indicus muttered to himself as he walked in a certain direction without any hesitation. Speaking of which, in order to enter this heavily guarded Academy City, Bayan had already fought with the guards at the entrance and exit. Otherwise, with his identity as an outsider, without the Great Tyrant Star Festival, and without a special research application, he would definitely not be able to enter this Academy City that was dominated by students and espers. But from the looks of Indicus, there wasn't a single trace of battle on him. The guards at the gate had definitely suffered a crushing attack, but they didn't know if by an enchanter had killed them during the battle and caused casualties to the guards. At the same time, in the third medical hospital of a certain university, Sei Ito, who had just finished a day's work, found Indicus and the last work who were playing like crazy. He then brought them to the underworld soul hunter, who was also taking a break from work, and had him examine the last work's body. However, the underworld soul hunter's medical skills, who had the experience of examining the Misaka sisters, quickly finished examining the last work's body. "How is it, doctor?" Seito quickly asked. "It's much better than the other kids. Other than some malnutrition and some hidden injuries from the growth catalysis, there's basically nothing wrong with her. As for the coma you mentioned, it's just the body's natural self-defense mechanism." The underworld soul hunter leaned back on the chair and said, "But to prevent any other problems from arising from this, I suggest that she stay in the hospital for a few days and receive the most basic treatment." The underworld soul hunter continued, "Okay, doctor. For the sake of the last work's health," Sei Ito nodded in agreement. Then he walked to the last work, who had just sat up from the examination machine, squatted down, looked at her, and said, "You heard what the doctor said just now. So for the sake of your health, I want you to stay in the hospital for a few days. Is that okay?" "Okay." Misaka tried her best to suppress the sadness in her heart and pretended to be happy. Last work looked at Seito with a happy expression. "I'm only staying here for a few days. Besides, I'll be working here during the day. You can come to the office to play with me or Inticus at any time. Speaking of which, it's just a few hours of separation every day." Seito reached out and gently patted Last Work's head, comforting her softly. "Yes, Misaka." Misaka's heart is no longer as gloomy as before. Final Works nodded as he spoke. "Remember to be good when you're in the hospital at night. Don't run around. I don't want to receive a call from the doctor telling me that you're lost when I go to bed at night." Seito smiled as he retracted his hand. "I'll be honest and keep it in the hospital." Misaka's answer was not what she meant. "It's better if you don't say something that's obviously a lie." Seito complained helplessly. Then, he stood up and looked at Underworld Soul Chaser. "I'll leave Last Work in your care, doctor. I'll take good care of her." Underworld Soul Chaser smiled and promised. Seito smiled and nodded. Then he brought Inticus, who had said goodbye to Last Work, out of the third medical hospital. They walked back to their dormitory. On their way back, Seito noticed that it was already 5 in the afternoon. Since he did not feel like cooking, he brought Inticus to a fast food restaurant and ordered some food. Halfway through their meal, Seito suddenly felt a very special gaze on him. Generally speaking, there were 2 types of gazes. The first type was a gaze that only passed by and did not stay on Seito. This kind of thing would not give Seito any strange feelings. The second type was a gaze that was similar to attention. This type of gaze could be divided into 2 types. The first type was an ordinary gaze of observation. The second type was a gaze that locked onto an enemy with a hidden meaning. However, no matter which type it would trigger an instinctive reaction from Seito's innate spiritual sense. And now, the gaze that fell on him was the second type of gaze that would trigger a reaction from him. Sensing the existence of this gaze, Sei Ito looked in the direction of the gaze. Then, Sei Ito's tall figure came into view. However, the moment Sei Ito's gaze fell on Sei Ito suddenly raised his right arm. At the same time, the weapon on his right forearm shook violently. In an instant, the huge transparent glass of the fast food restaurant was shattered into pieces by an invisible force. The force continued to shoot toward the table where Sei Ito and Index were sitting. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately activated a telekinetic shield, protecting himself, Index, the table between them, and the food on it. Bang, 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 bang. The moment the telekinetic shield was activated, the formless energy continued to strike it. The telekinetic shield trembled slightly, and there were muffled sounds. Using the invisible wind that rotates at high speed, Sei Ito frowned as he thought to himself inside the shield. Although this result is rather surprising, it's also a good thing that it can reduce the number of meaningless killings. Surrender to me quickly. As long as you surrender, I won't hurt you. Once I get what I want, I'll leave as soon as possible, Sei Ito said when he saw that his attack was blocked. Be careful, Index. I'll go take care of this guy. Sei Ito looked at Sei Ito cautiously as he spoke to Index, who was not in the mood to eat due to the magician's attack. Understand. Be careful. Chung, Index said with a serious expression. Also, the spiritual equipment he's using is the Catalpa bow. I think the technique he's using should be the sacrificial magic of the Eastern Shinto. Understood, Sei Ito replied without even turning his head. As expected of the Forbidden Book catalog, you can roughly guess the origin of the technique I'm using with just a few glances, Sei Ito said with his eyes slightly narrowed. From the outside, he looked like a blind man with his eyes closed. String of demon subduing. Sei Ito raised his right arm again and pointed the front of the Catalpa bow at Sei Ito's body as he spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, what appeared to be a single attack, but actually contained several invisible wind blades, struck Sei Ito's telekinetic barrier, causing it to tremble. Open. Ito Sei, who was attacked by the invisible wind blades, suddenly roared. The telekinetic shield that enveloped him and Inticus immediately exploded, forming a gust of wind that blew away the attack by an enchanting demon. Without waiting for the wind to disperse, Sei Ito abruptly kicked off the ground and rushed to Sei Ito's front like a black shadow. Sei Ito's expression did not change at all when he saw this. The Catalpa bow in his hand trembled, and his body dodged Sei Ito's path like a gust of wind. He then turned into an invisible person and ran to Index's side, taking him hostage. Chapter 858. P.S. Thank you to Dryer and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Nitrode as 1, Nickfany, and 157747860 for their tips. Under the control of the demon, Index's body immediately became transparent. Almost instantly, he disappeared from the sight of Ito Sei, who turned around to look at him. Ito Chikinzo narrowed his eyes and used the momentum of the body that had not yet completely completed the rotation of the body. He kicked the upper end of his leg according to his memory of the position of the head of the demon. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. The invisible demon immediately took 2 steps back, knocking down the table behind him and the food placed on it. The food fell to the ground and made a series of pili-pa-la sounds. Come out! Sei Ito yelled as he felt the solid sensation coming from his calf. He continued to press his leg down. After a moment of shock, Feng Wu Mo finally reacted. He tightened his muscles and used his left arm that blocked Sei Ito's kick to resist. Index, bite him! Sei Ito, who did not expect Feng Wu Mo's body to contain such power, shouted. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Index almost instinctively opened his mouth and bit down hard on Feng Wu Mo's arm that was strangling him. His teeth, which were almost as sharp as real weapons, instantly bit through the fabric of his suit and shirt and sank into Feng Wumo's slightly bulging forearm muscles. Feng Wumo was also a tough guy. Although he felt the pain coming from his arm, he only frowned and continued to hold Indix's body tightly, refusing to let him go. At this time, Seito saw the air in front of him vibrate. The leg that was kicking Feng Wumo's arm immediately fell forward at high speed until it finally landed heavily on the seat of the fast food restaurant. The kick left a huge dent on the seat. Did he dodge? Seito, who had his hearing amplified, frowned as he carefully listened to Feng Wumo's footsteps. However, Itosei didn't know if it was because he didn't move when he met the magic, or because his magic was too advanced, but Itosei didn't hear a single sound. "Get down!" Seito saw this and shouted at the customers and waiters who were hiding in the fast food restaurant. At the same time, he activated his psychokinesis to wrap around the broken pieces of plates around him. He controlled them to fly quickly in the air at the same height as Feng Wumo's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A soft whistling sound immediately rang out in the fast food restaurant. "There's nothing." Seito frowned as he scanned through the entire fast food restaurant. Seito immediately crushed the broken pieces of plates in a powder and then turned and rushed out of the fast food restaurant before the waiters could react. He searched around aimlessly while fleeing the scene to avoid the subsequent compensation matters. Fortunately, I have the GPS code of Indix's phone. I don't have to run around like Kamijidama in the original work. After leaving the fast food restaurant, Seito slowed down his footsteps, took out his phone, turned on the GPS system, and searched for Indix's location. Got it. Should I say, as expected of the world's correcting power, it's still at the top of that building. Seito put away his phone after memorizing the GPS location. He turned to look at the tall building that could be considered a landmark nearby and muttered to himself. Then, he strode forward. He quickly ran toward the tall building. At the same time, on the other side, Itsunari was rushing to the rooftop of a high-rise building. He had brought Inticus here with his wind elemental magic. He looked up at the night sky and smacked his lips in an inexplicable manner. Because according to what he knew, the entire Academy City surroundings were being monitored by artificial satellites. However, from the time he barged into the fast food restaurant and kidnapped Indix to this place, not only was he not stopped, there was not even the slightest sound, unless Academy City was not planning to make trouble for him for the time being. Otherwise, he would not be so incompetent. But even if there was a trap, Feng Wumo did not care. Since he dared to do such a thing, he was prepared to face everything. Otherwise, it would only affect his mind and bring danger to himself. Feng Wumo then withdrew his gaze and took out a woman's photo from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. He opened his pure black eyes that had almost no impurities and looked down at the photo in his hand. The woman in the photo looked 1 or 2 years older than Feng Wumo. She had a thin figure and fair skin. He was wearing a hospital gown and looked weak, as if he would faint if he was exposed to the sun for too long. And this woman was the reason why Feng Wumo disregarded his own safety and barged into Academy City to kidnap the Forbidden Book catalog. He wanted to obtain one of the 103,000 books of demonic arts to save her. She was a woman who had nothing to do with him, but who made Feng Wumo fall in love with her at first sight like a drama and was cursed by a vicious curse. Through the photo, Feng Wumo could not help but recall the details of his meeting with that woman. For some reason, he snorted coldly and put the photo back into his jacket pocket. How surprising to be able to untie 2 knots in such a short time. Although rope binding is not my specialty, it won't be easy for low-level demons to escape from my ropes. Feng Wumo closed his eyes again and turned to face Indix, who was supposed to be lying on the ground but had now sat up. Currently, Indix's body was tied up with a hemp rope in a special knot pattern. Or rather, it was called a binding rope. It looked like a tortoise-shell rope in erotic movies. The so-called binding rope was a thick hemp rope that was usually used in shrines to tie up sacred trees and form boundary lines to define a certain range. In other words, The tortoiseshell rope on Indix's body was not a product of Feng Wumo's bad taste. It was a special binding method with magical effects, a kind of small boundary. Although ropes are a Japanese torture culture, such a messy binding method won't be able to force me to say anything. Indix's face showed no signs of panic due to the dangerous situation he was in. He still acted as if nothing had happened. Of course, he was just saying, when things reached this point, Indix might not be able to maintain his rationality and not say anything. I see. As expected of an English Puritan who specializes in witch hunting and torture. You'd rather turn into ashes than submit? Feng Wu Mo sighed softly as he looked at Indix. Rather turn into ashes. What a terrible hinting method, Indix said disdainfully. No, that's not what I meant. In fact, I don't plan to torture you, Feng Wu Mo said. If you don't want to torture me, why are you tying me up so tightly? This binding method is already pressing down on the arteries of my limbs and lungs. If you don't plan to kill me, you can just tie my thumbs lightly. That way, I won't be able to move, Indix said. I see. As expected of an expert, Feng Wu Mo said casually. Then, she untied the ropes in accordance with Indix's previous instructions to prevent Indix from suffering any more pain. However, Indix couldn't help but be taken aback by this action. After all, Feng Wu Mo was still his enemy. Why was he so easy to talk to? As I said, my goal isn't to torture you. However, I don't want to take away the grimoire in your head, Feng Wu Mo said casually. Indix glared at Feng Wu Mo. Although she did not have any memories from a year ago, as someone who had been protecting the 103,000 grimoires at her head since she could remember, it was her duty to protect the 103,000 grimoires in her head. This was her duty, her instinct, and one of the reasons for living. All right, it'll take some time to prepare. First, I need to set up an amplification boundary. Feng Wu Mo did not care about Indix's glare at all. He calmly took out a yellow talisman paper with strange runes drawn on it in black and red ink. Then, he ignored Indix, except for paying attention to her every now and then to see if she was trying to escape. Then he focused on setting up the amplification boundary he wanted at the top of the building under his feet. However, just as he finished setting up a third of the boundary without making a sound, a loud bang rang out. Then, a black shadow charged at Feng Wu Mo, who had turned around to look in the direction of the sound. Mana-severing cord. Feng Wu Mo did not hesitate. He immediately raised his arm and aimed at the charging black shadow, launching his magic attack. In an instant, a wide, invisible blade shot towards the black shadow's body. Seeing this, the black shadow's body suddenly stopped in a way that defied the laws of physics, revealing its original appearance. Ah Chung! Indix yelled happily. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to Indix's call. With a thought, his body immediately flew up under the cover of psychokinesis, dodging the invisible blade that swept down from above. Then, Ito's body trembled. He suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wu Mo, as if he had teleported, and punched at his abdomen. As a wind elemental magician, Feng Wu Mo's reaction was not slow. He had already sensed Ito's arrival from the changes in the air around him. He wrapped himself in a whirlwind as Ito punched, dodging the attack. At the same time, he raised his right arm and aimed the bow at Ito's head. The bowstring vibrated. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another invisible cutting blade shot over the head of Ito's who quickly ducked to avoid the attack. Then, Ito, who was crouching on the ground, raised his left arm and instantly grabbed Feng Wu Mo's right arm, pushing him behind himself. At the same time, he stood up straight and punched Feng Wu Mo's face again. Bang! Feng Wu Mo's body uncontrollably tilted to the side after receiving the psychokinesis punch. However, his right arm was still in Ito's grasp, so he could not completely escape from Ito. He could only be thrown to the ground by Ito, who followed up with another attack. Feng Wu Mo's right hand grabbed Feng Wu Mo's throat. Guys who use the power of wind are really hard to deal with, Ito chuckled as he looked down at Feng Wu Mo, who had blood on the corner of his mouth. Ah Chung, ah Chung, ah Chung. Seeing that Feng Mo was defeated, Inticus cheered as he got up and moved closer to say Ito. However, just as say Ito turned to look at Inticus, Feng Mo, who was already on the ground, moved his right arm slightly. Another invisible blade shot out from the bow and hit the lightning rod at the top of the building, cutting it in half. Affected by the invisible blade, the lightning rod tilted and fell towards Sei Ito's body. You're really persistent. Sei Ito glanced at Feng Mo on the ground. He didn't even turn his head as he used his psychokinesis to imprison the broken lightning rod in the air. Is this wrong? Seeing that his attack had missed, Feng Mo muttered, Is it wrong to protect someone even if it means risking my life? It might be right for you, but for me, everything you're doing now is wrong. Sei Ito said calmly as he placed the lightning rod on the ground. Then, he looked at Feng Mo and asked, Tell me, why did you kidnap Indicus? Feng Mo was an inarticulate person. Moreover, he didn't really understand why he was here, so he could only answer Sei Ito's question with silence. You're not going to tell me? That's a pity. I originally want to let you go on account that you didn't hurt Indicus. As long as you tell me why you did this, I'll let you go. Since that's the case, I can only hand you over to someone else, Sei Ito said with a slightly regretful expression as he shook his head. After saying that, he quickly waved his right hand and dislocated the joints on by Demon's left and right arms and legs, temporarily sealing his ability to move. Then, Sei Ito let go of Feng Mo, turned around, and walked to Inticus's side. He used his psychokinesis to forcibly break the magic binding rope on Inticus. Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Kamiju Toma's number. Chung. Kamiju Toma's slightly confused voice came from the phone. Toma, I just caught a magician here. Come over and take care of him, Sei Ito said directly. Huh, I'll take care of him? Kamiju Toma said in disbelief. Of course it's you. You're the one who has the most contact with the British Puritans. If I don't let you take care of him, am I supposed to be the one who hasn't seen them much other than that one time? Sei Ito curled his lips. Okay then. Where are you? Kamiju Toma sighed helplessly. The rooftop of XXX Hotel. Come over quickly, Sei Ito replied. Got it, Kamiju Toma replied, and then hung up the phone. Wait here for a while. We'll go back after Feng Mo takes Mahjong away. After hanging up the phone, Sei Ito turned to look at Inticus, who was still studying the barrier that Feng Mo had not finished setting up. Okay, Inticus replied without turning his head. Chapter 859. More than 10 minutes later, Tsuchimikado Motoharu appeared in front of Ito Sei and Inticus. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who was wearing a set of home clothes, a set of green beach clothes with a white maple pattern on the surface, yellow shorts, and a thick golden sign on his neck and wrists like a nouveau riche, wearing frameless sunglasses even in this kind of night. Tsuchimikado-san. Sei Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who had his hands in his pockets, and said to Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Well, Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched the back of his head with his right hand as if he didn't know how to explain. It's simple. I'm also a magician, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who walked straight to Tsuchimikado Motoharu, turned his head to Sei Ito and smiled. I came here because I was asked by Shang to take this guy. At the end, Tsuchimikado Motoharu kicked Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who couldn't move to explain who the guy he was referring to was. How cruel. He actually dislocated the joints of his shoulders, elbows, and knees. If this isn't done properly, he will be crippled, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who once again looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, said meaningfully. Sei Ito just shrugged and ignored Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words. Okay, I'll take this guy. I'll send him to where he should go. Tsuchimikado Motoharu leaned over and put Tsuchimikado Motoharu on his shoulder. After he finished speaking, he ignored Sei Ito and Index, as well as Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and walked toward the tunnel that connected the rooftop to the hotel with Tsuchimikado Motoharu. However, just as Tsukimike's Motoharu was about to enter the passage, he suddenly stopped turned around and looked at Ito say, as if he just remembered something, and said, "By the way, if you encounter this kind of situation next time, if this happens again, you can contact me directly." Ito nodded, indicating that he understood Tsuchimikado Motoharu's meaning. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu turned around again and disappeared into the tunnel with Tsuchimikado Motoharu. "Let's go," Ito said as he watched Tsuchimikado Motoharu disappear. Then, he led Inticus and Kamiju into the passage and walked towards the bottom floor of the hotel. "I didn't expect Tsuchimikado to be a magician," Ito said with a sigh. "When I first found out, I was also shocked. But after getting used to it, I don't care too much about it," Kamiju Toma said with a sympathetic expression. Ito chuckled. "But that's good too. We won't have to worry about magician in the future. We can ask him for information and help us deal with the aftermath." I didn't think that much. As long as there are no more magicians intruding into my life, I will be thankful, Kamiju Toma said with a depressed expression. "I'm afraid your wish won't come true," Ito said softly as he looked at Inticus, who was walking in front of him with a happy expression. Kamiju Toma, who followed Ito's gaze and also looked at Inticus, couldn't help but fall silent. "But then again, it's time for you to exercise. Especially find a good gym to learn self-defense. After all, you might encounter a magician again in the future. With your half-baked fighting skills, it's really worrying." Ito turned his head slightly and glanced at Kamiju Toma beside him. That's a good suggestion, but my living expenses..." Kamiju Toma sighed. "What? Your card was swallowed again?" Ito looked at Kamiju Toma with amusement. "It's the 4th time this month." Kamiju Toma sighed. "Good luck, poor Toma-kun." Ito patted Kamiju Toma's shoulder sympathetically. Just like that. Ito chatted casually with Kamiju Toma, and then returned to the dormitory building with Inticus. They said goodbye to each other and returned to the dormitory to wash up and rest. The next day, September 1st, was the day all the schools in Academy City, and even all the schools in Japan started school. Therefore, on this morning, Ito got up from the ground early. "Hey, Ah-chum." Looking at Ito, Inticus opened his mouth and called out. Ito responded with some confusion. "Are you going to school today?" Inticus asked. "Woof." Ito spat out the dirty water in his mouth and turned to look at Inticus with a smile. "Yes, once the new semester starts, you'll be alone at home." I'm not afraid of being lonely." Inticus pretended to be calm as he explained. "That's true. The final treatment will be over in 2 days. By then, you won't be alone at home, so you won't feel lonely." Ito pretended to be serious as he went along with Inticus's words. "Ah-chung." Inticus shouted angrily as he glared at Ito. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll take you to school later." Ito wiped the water off his face with a towel, put the towel back in its original place, and walked back into the room to speak to Inticus. "Really?" Inticus, who was holding the kitten Sphinx, straightened her upper body and asked with bright eyes. "Meow." Due to her excitement, Inticus didn't notice the strength in her arms, which made the kitten in her arms feel a little uncomfortable. The kitten couldn't help but meow softly. "Although I could take you to school, I have classes in the morning and can't play with you there. So, other than seeing me after class, it's no different from being at home. Is that okay?" Ito looked at Inticus and said softly. "Yes, it's okay." Inticus nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Ito didn't say anything else. He went into the kitchen and took out the breakfast he had prepared and enjoyed it with Inticus. Then, when it was past 8 o'clock, he took Inticus out of the dormitory and walked slowly toward a certain high school. Today was the first day of school, so there were many students on the way to school. Inticus was wearing a white nun's robe that was obviously not a student's uniform, which made her very eye-catching among the students. From time to time, there would be inquisitive and curious gazes falling on her. However, as the person in question, Inticus didn't care at all. She looked around happily, humming a tune that probably only Inticus could understand as she walked forward with Seito. After walking slowly like this for more than 10 minutes, Seito and Inticus followed the flow of students into a certain high school. At this time, Seito's classmates gradually appeared in his field of vision. Naturally, when they saw Inticus, they all jokingly inquired about the relationship between Inticus and Seito. Seito, who was already prepared for this kind of situation, made up 2 random excuses and sent his classmates back. Then, he took Inticus into the teaching building and temporarily placed her in the student cafeteria, a place where there was almost no one around at this time. Only then did he part ways with Inticus and return to the classroom to prepare for today's homework. However, for Inticus, it was obviously a wrong decision to put her in the cafeteria. After staying there for a while, Inticus's foodie nature was once again exposed. She couldn't help but walk to the vending machine placed against the wall of the cafeteria. Yes, I've seen it in a comic before. As long as you put money into that thing, it'll give you an exchange ticket for food. Inticus tilted her head, recalling the comic she used to read to pass time while comparing the content of the comic with the vending machine in front of her. Then, Inticus flattened the 2,000 yuan note Seito gave her before he left and stuffed it into the vending machine. What's going on? Where should I press? At this moment, Inticus suddenly realized that the vending machine in front of her was completely different from the one she had seen in the comic. She was puzzled. This vending machine was the same as the machines used to collect queue numbers in banks or other stores of similar nature. It was a touchscreen. However, Inticus, who had spent 2 to 3 days just learning how to use a mobile phone, and who had a hard time with other machines, was completely clueless about this. She could only stand there stupidly, studying it as if she was studying some kind of difficult technique. Unfortunately, the technique, called machinery, was like a god's domain to Inticus. It wasn't something she could study and understand at all. Right? I have to get my money back first. Inticus muttered to herself, finally realizing the crux of the matter. However, how could she, who had no idea what a touchscreen was, possibly get her money back? She could only fall to the ground with a look of despair and helplessness. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind Inticus. Just as she was slightly surprised, someone patted her on the shoulder. Inticus turned around and looked at the person who patted her on the shoulder. It was a tall girl wearing a high school uniform. Her face looked very gentle, and she had a pair of thin-framed eyes that made her look very intellectual. She had a head of slightly tawny black hair that extended to her thighs. Her entire temperament looked very weak, as if she would burst into tears if anyone dared to speak loudly to her. However, it was worth mentioning that, compared to Inticus's chest, which was almost like an airport runway, this girl's chest was towering and majestic. Anyone who saw it would involuntarily be attracted to it and lock their gaze on it. Well, you have to press the button. The young girl's tone was weak, like a delicate little animal as she spoke. Inticus's tone was full of confusion. The button on the screen, the girl reminded again. Chapter 860. The girl said softly as she pointed at the vending machine. After a while, Inticus came back to his senses. He looked in the direction the girl was pointing at and saw the LCD screen connected to the vending machine by an arm. Button? But there's no button on the vending machine, Inticus said as he looked back at the girl with an expression as if he was about to cry. You could just press the screen. Don't you know that? The girl said with a look of bewilderment. Then she looked at Inticus and pleaded, Sob, please don't look like you're about to cry. You're lying. I know that there won't be any changes even if I touch the people on the TV, Inticus said angrily as his expression changed. She had come to this conclusion after watching a food show on TV at home, but the tricolor cat sphinx couldn't get the food on the TV out no matter how hard it tried. The girl was speechless at Inticus's knowledge. Then she silently walked to the vending machine and pressed the cancel button at the bottom of the screen. In an instant, The vending machine's motor turned and spat out the 2,000 yuan note that it had just swallowed. Inticus was dumbfounded by what he saw. How could this be? Inticus said in disbelief. So you just have to touch the screen with your finger, the girl said as she retreated behind Inticus. So amazing. Is this TV connected to the inside? Inticus said as his gaze fell on the LCD screen. To a scientifically illiterate like Inticus, anything that could display images was called a TV. This isn't a TV, the girl explained again as she had already sensed Inticus's unusual knowledge. Amazing. Amazing. Again. Do it again. Inticus, who was completely immersed in the excitement of exploring the unknown, completely ignored the girl's explanation and asked excitedly. Then he inserted the $2,000 bill that he had just spat out into the slot of the vending machine. The girl, who didn't know what to do, could only press the cancel button again at Inticus's request, following which the $2,000 bill that was swallowed was once again spat out by the engine. Although ordinary people were used to such things, Inticus still looked at the girl with respect. What about this one? Next, Inticus pointed at a set of words on the screen and asked, Search excluding criteria button. As long as you enter a keyword here, it will list all the products that don't contain that keyword. For example, if someone is allergic to eggs, as long as you enter egg, it will list all the products that don't contain eggs. The girl explained softly. What about this? What about information search? Inticus pointed at another button and asked, Literally, you can use numbers to search for nutrients such as vitamin C or iron. For example, if you search for less than 150 calories, only the diet meal will appear, the girl explained patiently. Inticus asked. The girl explained everything until she finished explaining all the functions of the buttons. Thank you, what's your name? Inticus, who finally understood how to operate the vending machine, turned to look at the girl beside him and thanked her. Wind/ice flower. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. In the end, Inticus and the girl named Wind/ice flower didn't order anything. They just sat at a table in the cafeteria and started chatting. The main content of their conversation was Inticus's complaints. She was so focused on talking that she completely forgot about her raging appetite. This situation continued until Sei Ito returned to the cafeteria and came to Inticus's side. Looks like you've made a new friend. Sei Ito turned to look at Wind/ice flower, who was sitting opposite Inticus. She was the core of the virtual mathematics school district and the carrier of the future artificial angel. Speaking of the virtual mathematics school district, it seems that the unknown space outside the absolute pitiful world used to hold souls is also called the virtual space, Sei Ito thought to himself. Her name is Iceflower. She's a new friend of mine. Inticus happily introduced her to Sei Ito after hearing Sei Ito's words. My name is Wind/Iceflower. What about you? Wind/Iceflower's tone was weak as she spoke cautiously. My name is Sei Ito. Sei Ito replied with a smile on his face. Sei Ito wasn't a pushover. He wouldn't let Wind/Iceflower feel fear in her heart. Therefore, after getting to know each other, the three of them quickly became familiar with each other and started chatting casually. However, the three of them didn't chat for long before they were interrupted by Yueyong Xiaomeng. Knowing that the start of term ceremony wasn't over yet, Sei Ito had no choice but to help Inticus and Wind/Iceflower settle down. Then, he followed Yueyong Xiaomeng back to the auditorium. They continued to attend the start of term ceremony. 15 minutes later, Sei Ito, who had finally survived the boring start of term ceremony, quickly returned to the cafeteria. He brought Inticus and Wind/Iceflower out of the school and strolled around the nearby business district. However, Wind/Iceflower's actions were similar to Inticus. She didn't seem to have any common sense when it came to certain details. She always needed Sei Ito to remind her so that she wouldn't cause any trouble and would be able to stroll around peacefully. At this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded. A blinding flash of light spread out rapidly from the metal not far away from where Sei Ito, Inticus, and Wind/Iceflower were. All the people around them were so frightened by the sudden, large amount of light that they covered their eyes with their hands, unable to move. However, after this moment, all the people who came back to their senses moved quickly. They screamed and yelled as they ran into the surrounding buildings. Even the university students and teachers who were driving abandoned their cars and ran into the buildings. It's an evacuation order. Say Ito, who was holding Inticus in one hand and Wind/Ice Flower in the other, also ran into the building. He looked at the flashing object with a slightly surprised expression. The flashing light just now was the evacuation order signal mentioned in the emergency lecture in Academy City. As long as the flashing light appeared, it meant that a battle was about to break out in the vicinity. At the same time, it also reminded the ordinary people to take cover and avoid being hit by stray bullets. Under the flashing light of the evacuation order, the originally dense crowd on the street disappeared in just a short 30 seconds. Only the staff member who fired the signal flare and the target not far away were left. The target was a woman. She wore a black dress with white laces and bows decorating it everywhere. The style of a dress was very gothic. If it was worn by a petite and cute girl, it might be more suitable. Her long blonde hair was messy, like a wig that hadn't been properly tidied up. Her skin was rough, and the color of her skin was the dark brown of a mixed blood. She looked to be around 25 years old. However, her appearance was completely incompatible with the dress she wore. She looked as strange as a beggar who had just walked out of refugee camp. Sure enough, it's her, Shirley Cromwell. Ito-say looked at the target through the crowd in front of him and thought to himself. Opposite Shirley Cromwell was Misaka Makoto's exclusive mount, her junior roommate, and also the disciplinary committee member who had a perverted love for Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko. Please don't move. I'm the person in charge of maintaining public order in the city. My name is Shirai Kuriko. I believe I don't need to repeat the reason for your arrest. Shirai Kuriko raised her hand and pulled the disciplinary committee's armband on her other arm. She looked at Shirley Cromwell and said loudly. Shirley Cromwell, who only wanted to provoke a war between science and magic, completely ignored Shirai Kuriko's words. She turned her head to look at something. It wasn't until a few seconds later that her eyes fell on Shirai Kuriko. Stop the exploration. You really know how to give me trouble. Shirley Cromwell looked at Shirai Kuriko in a contemptuous tone. Shirai Kuriko frowned when she heard that. Her body appeared in front of Shirley Cromwell in the next moment. When Shirley Cromwell looked surprised, Shirai Kuriko reached out and grabbed her wrist. She activated her teleportation ability to change Shirley Cromwell's position in space and pressed her to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. With a few muffled sounds, more than a dozen slender iron nails pierced into Shirley Cromwell's cuffs, side, waist, and skirt, temporarily imprisoning her body on the ground. Of course, if Shirley Cromwell didn't care about her appearance, she could also get rid of Shirai Kuriko's imprisonment if she got up naked. I said don't move. Don't you understand Japanese? Only then did Shirai Kuriko speak to Shirley Cromwell, who had been captured by her in a real sense. But Shirley Cromwell, who was captured by her, didn't pay attention to her words, but a strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. Then there was a loud bang. The asphalt road behind Shirai Kuriko bulged and sent her flying. It was not until a moment later that she fell heavily to the ground. It was also at this time that Shirai Kuriko turned her head and looked behind her. In an instant, a group of large arms made entirely of rocks protruded from the asphalt road and came into Shirai Kuriko's sight. What is this? Superpower? Shirai Kuriko's heart was full of doubts. Chapter 861. P.S. Thank you to book friends 130903, 112, 5994, 1577, 47860, and Nickfany for their tips. Shirai Kuriko was a little confused by the giant hand summoned by Shirley Cromwell. She couldn't tell whether the other party was a superpower or not. She didn't notice that her right foot was stuck in the newly formed rock because of the fallen roll, making her unable to move. At this time, Shirley Cromwell, who was the target of Shiroi Kuriko's pursuit, suddenly had a slender chalk-like stone pen in her right hand. She wrote some strange marks on the ground that Shiroi Kuriko didn't think were scientific symbols at all, but more like the magical runes in Western legends. With Shirley Cromwell's writing, the outstretched giant stone arm also seemed to be controlled by something as it slowly calibrated its trajectory, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Shiroi Kuriko on the ground. Seeing this, Shiroi Kuriko no longer cared about the doubts in her heart and was about to get up and escape. But in the next moment, she was awakened by the severe pain caused by the friction between her leg and the rock. Feeling the great pain from her foot and looking at the gradually calibrating defense and the fist that was about to hit, Shiroi Kuriko couldn't help but panic a little, so she couldn't even use her best teleportation ability. Shiroi Kuriko's ability was teleportation, but her teleportation was different from the one that Sei Ito obtained from the absolutely pitiful world. As long as the spatial perception of the fourth dimension locked onto the spatial coordinate, except for rainy days or when there was debris near the spatial coordinate that could affect the spatial perception, it was not the same as the teleportation that was almost unaffected by emotions. It had a very high requirement for emotions, because in addition to the basic part of the teleportation ability, which was beyond the three-dimensional space by thinking, it wasn't about using mystical senses to determine movement and defense. Instead, it was about finding one's own coordinates in the 11th dimension and then calculating the movement vector in order to move through space. The complexity of this was much higher than fire shot and lightning shot. It required a certain degree of calmness to succeed. So once she fell into a state of great pain, anxiety, and confusion, when she was unable to maintain her normal state of mind, she would lose her ability to calculate. Thus, she would not be able to use her teleportation ability. Therefore, even though Shiroi Kuriko had the ability to deal with most of the restrictions and dangerous teleportation, she was as helpless as a child who had returned to her house but could not find the key. She's using the Kabbalah technique, which is a combination of the British Puritan techniques. Inticus, who was hiding in a nearby building with Sei Ito and Ice Bloom Windslash, affirmed with a serious look on his face as he looked at the giant rock arm protruding from the asphalt road. Then, he continued to explain to Ice Flower and Sei Ito, who did not understand what Kabbalah was. In the thought of the Kabbalah, humans were created by God from the earth, and the half-baked products that humans imitated God's methods to create were the stone giants. In other words, the stone giant was the failed clone. After that, with the development of time, the original Kabbalah tactics were combined and improved with the tactics of the British Puritans. The language system also changed from the original Hebrew to English. At the same time, the symbolism of the cross was added into the tactics. Each part of the human body corresponds to the cross. So, instead of saying that the stone giant was an failed clone, it would be better to say that it was an angel that humans wanted to create. It's just that the power of humans is limited, so they can't create a perfect angel with the power of humans. So, the stone giant still maintains its current appearance. While Inticus was explaining the Kabbalah technique to Sei Ito and Ice Bloom Windslash, the giant rock arm had finally completed its orbit correction. It bent like a real arm and smashed down on Shiroi Kuriko, who was sweating profusely and struggling to survive. Am I going to die? Shiroi Kuriko looked at the approaching stone giant. The shadow cast by the giant rock arm covered her entire body. Shiroi Kuriko's heart was filled with despair. But just as Shiroi Kuriko closed her eyes and waited for death, a pitch-black slender object that resembled both a long whip and a knife came with a buzzing sound. It cut the giant rock arm in half like a knife cutting through tofu. It then continued to whip the upper half of the giant rock arm, attempting to shatter it to save Shiroi Kuriko, who was directly under the giant rock arm. Smack, smack, smack. Under the whip-like slash of the black shadow, The broken giant rock arm immediately shattered into countless small, irregular pieces that fell to the ground like rain, making a series of sounds. Shiroi Kuriko opened her eyes in surprise when she heard the chaotic sounds. She looked at the other side of the black shadow. In an instant, Misaka Makoto appeared in Shiroi Kuriko's vision. She was wearing the Tokuwadai girls' school uniform and had short brown hair that reached her neck. She was flicking a coin in her hand. "Wani-sama," Shiroi Kuriko shouted in surprise. "Although I don't know why you two are fighting." At this time, the coin that was flipped and fell back to Misaka Makoto's hand. "But I won't allow anyone to hurt my friends." "Bitch." As she spoke, Misaka Makoto flicked her hand. An orange-yellow beam of light that was as thick as an adult's arm with flashes of electricity on its surface shot out from Misaka Makoto's body. It went straight for the broken giant rock arm that stood on the asphalt road, not far away like a tower. Boom! Invincible giant tree. The moment the orange-yellow beam hit the giant rock arm, a loud boom sounded. A large cloud of thick dust and smoke spread out rapidly and shrouded the area where Shirley Cromwell was in the blink of an eye. "Ah-chung, let's go after her." At this time, Inticus turned to Sei Ito and said, "You sure are enthusiastic, but do you know where she ran to?" Sei Ito looked at Inticus amusedly, then looked at Shiroi Kuriko and Misaka Makoto. According to the psionic energy flow around there, that person ran underground. Hearing Sei Ito's question, Inticus turned his head to look at the direction where Shirley Cromwell was standing. After more than 10 seconds of observation, he said to Sei Ito, "Underground? Well, let's go underground and look for her. It's also a good opportunity to see why this magician entered Academy City. I hope he's not here to trouble you." Sei Ito nodded after pondering for a moment. Then, without asking for Icebloom's opinion, he pulled her and Inticus, who was fully focused on fighting the magician, out of the crowd, out of the building they were hiding in, and entered the underground mall through the nearest staircase. Icebloom didn't know how to reject this person. Not to mention, Sei Ito's movements were quick. She could only let Sei Ito pull her into the underground mall with an aggrieved look. "So this is the underground world," Inticus said as he looked around curiously. "Hey, how do we find her now?" Sei Ito, who was still holding Icebloom's arm, asked as he slowly walked forward with the crowd. "I don't know." Inticus shook his head and said. Then he continued with a matter-of-fact look, "But since we're already underground, I believe we'll meet that magician again soon for sure." Up to you." Sei Ito heard this and sighed helplessly. Then, "Can you let me go?" Seeing the two of them finish talking, Wind/Iceflower said weakly to Ito Sei. Hearing Icebloom's words, Inticus turned his head to look at Sei Ito and Icebloom with a puzzled look. Then his face darkened, and he whispered in a gloomy tone, "Ah-chung. Sorry, I was so focused on chasing that person that I forgot to ask for your opinion. I'm so sorry." Sei Ito hurriedly let go of Icebloom's arm and explained apologetically. "No, it's nothing." Icebloom lowered her head slightly, looking like a landlord who had been bullied. She didn't dare to resist and whispered. However, Inticus didn't want to let Sei Ito go just like that. He continued to ask in a low tone, "How do you feel?" Sei Ito wasn't stupid. How could he tell the truth? He shook his head and said, "I was focused on running just now, so I didn't feel anything." "Then do you want to touch it again?" Inticus suddenly suggested. "No need." Sei Ito hurriedly refused. "Humph." Inticus snorted with displeasure. Then he walked between Sei Ito and Icebloom, ignoring Sei Ito's existence, and continued to chat and laugh with Icebloom. It was as if everything that had happened just now was fake. No matter how old a woman is, her ability to change her expression is world-class. Sei Ito saw this and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As time passed, Inticus gradually forgot about the matter of tracking down Shirley Cromwell. He began to wander around the underground streets with Wind/Iceflower. However, the good times didn't last long. The crowd in the underground street began to thin out. In the end, there was almost no one left. "Hey, you three," Why aren't you leaving yet? Just then, a female voice suddenly sounded in Ito's mind. Ito frowned when he heard this. He turned his head and searched around. Soon, he saw a girl wearing a student uniform from an unknown school. She was wearing an armband of the disciplinary committee. At the same time, Inticus and Ice Bloom also cried out and looked around in panic. That's strange. I think I heard a voice coming from somewhere. Inticus said. I think I heard the voice directly in my head, Ice Bloom said. It's telepathy, right? Ito said softly. I've already said it several times. Terrorists have infiltrated this underground street. The higher-ups have already issued a red alert. The arrest will begin in 3 seconds. At that time, we'll put down all the partition walls and seal off the entire underground street. A gunfight will ensue. So, I've been ordered to instruct everyone to escape as soon as possible. Why aren't you listening to the order to leave? Don't you understand what I said? At this time, the discipline committee girl had already walked up to Ito and the other two. She had her hands on her hips and frowned. Sorry, we'll leave immediately, Ito said with an embarrassed expression. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed Inticus and Iceflower's arms and turned around to leave. When the three of you escape, try to act natural. Don't make a ruckus. It'll be bad if the terrorists get information about the arrest, the discipline committee girl reminded. We understand, Ito said. Then, ignoring the girl from the discipline committee, he pulled Inticus and Iceflower and quickly disappeared from her sight. Chung, that terrorist is the magician we saw before, right? Then why do we have to leave? Can't we just tell her the situation and ask her to let us pass? Inticus asked in confusion. Because this is Academy City. Everything is run according to science. If you suddenly tell her that you're a magician, do you think she'll believe you? It's like if I suddenly tell you that I'm the Archbishop of the British Puritans. Would you believe me? Ito explained. Then what do we do now? Inticus tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking. Go back to the surface first, then find a chance to come down again. Ito explained. We can also send Ice Bloom back to the surface. After all, this is a very dangerous situation. We can't get her involved. At the end of his sentence, Ito turned his head and looked at Ice Bloom with a smile. At this time, there was no one in the underground street. There were no obstacles that could slow them down, so the three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the passage closest to them. Found it, but just as Ito and the other two were about to go over, a female voice suddenly echoed in the empty underground street. Then, a crystal that was completely composed of rocks, with a human eyeball in the center, appeared on the wall beside the three of them. Looking at the eyeball on the wall, Wind/Iceflower's expression clearly froze. Who knows if it was because he was shocked by the shape of the eyeball, or because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He just thought that it was a fake eyeball made of glass. Hee hee. Forbidden Book Catalog, LV5 Esper, The Key to the Virtual Mathematics School. Which one should I choose? How troublesome. There are too many choices. It's also very troublesome. At this time, the wall where the eyeball was slightly trembled like water ripples. Then, the female voice that they heard before spoke again. Whatever, we'll just kill them all. Then, the voice paused, and then said in a cold and murderous tone, "Pa." As the female voice fell, the eyeball on the wall suddenly exploded and melted into the wall, disappearing without a trace. Then there was a loud boom. The entire underground street that Ito and the other two were in shook violently. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.